Second heat lineup in lane 2 for France, Lucas Ponchon. In lane 3 for his home club, here representing Van Vleteren Arne. In 4, same thing, Joshua Tremery. In lane 5, Van der Meijeren. In lane 6, Bart Koen. In lane 7, Emil Dorme. And in the outside lane, the under 16 athlete Telmo Deki. Second heat with a very strong start from Joshua Tremery. A very, very strong start. He's already up on the shoulder of the outside lanes. So very good running there from the home runner, Tremery, going in the lead now, overtaking the outside lanes. And it's Telmo Deki, the under 16 in the outside lane, that's coming strong off that bend as well. I rather say Emil Dorme from lane 7, who will go in second position, but Joshua Tremery wins his heat in 51.07. And he will be very pleased with that, with an entry time of 52.01. He almost takes a second out of that. So very good timing of running a strong race for his home crowd. And that's a strong personal best for Tremery, also a personal best for Dorme, with a sub 52. So big improvements for the first two, also personal best for Bart Koen, 52.00. And then a photo finish for place 4. And the season's best for Arne van Vleteren. In the third heat, we will have in lane 2 for France, Simon Denetier. Siba Houtekete in lane 3. Robbe van Vleteren, the brother of Arne van Vleteren we just saw in the previous heat, will be running in the 4th lane, also for his home crowd here. And Karim Tadjemou from France in lane 5, Louis Renard in lane 6, Quentin Dujardin in lane 7, and Maxence Vervinkt in lane 8. Third heat, and we're looking for sub 51 times in this heat. Robbe van Vleteren 50-50, Siba Houtekete 50-48 entry times. And the conditions look good, so good chance for the guys today on that personal best. And then we're moving again. With a good start of Houtekete, but also Karim Tadjemou from France, running strong in lane 5. And Quentin Dujardin, he's moving well in that bend, but it's Hatekete from the inside lane, from lane 3, who's now going into the lead. Hatekete, first of that bend, in the straight line. And he still looks good, he looks strong. He's gonna take that win. And he goes a second faster than he went before with a first sub 50. So he will be very pleased with that, and then that looks good for the others as well, because seeing that time on the clock being a fast time, then you know when you're behind there is hope. Tajemu came in second, 50.64, and a season's best for Renard, 50.88. But a very strong run from Hatekete, 49.48. Takes 1 second out of his personal best. And then it will go faster and faster in the next heat. For Ireland, we find Egan Buggy. Then for Argentina, Maximo Perat in lane 3. Sebastien Lins in lane 4. Dries van Nieuwenhoven in lane 5. De Spiegeleren, one of the better under 20 athletes, 5th at the Indoor Under 20 Championships in lane 6. Simon Versavel, lane 7. And for France again, Robin Fischera in lane 8. And so in this heat, Dries van Nieuwenhoven, specialist over the 400 meter hurdles, but obviously need to train that flat speed as well. So that's why we see those guys running those 400 meters and see where the speed is at. Also in this heat, Sebastien Lins, very long already in the circuit, has a PB of 47.21 from some years ago, so he will try and get as close to that time as possible. And then it should be together with Maximo Peratz, Lins and Van Nieuwenhoven, the ones to go for a victory in this fourth heat. And then we should see the first sub 49 seconds 400 meter runners coming up. Fourth heat with a strong start from Versavel in lane 7 and also Dries van Nieuwenhoven. He's moving up to those outside runners. Lins trying to stay with him because their season's best are very close to each other, so they need to push each other. And then it seems like Van Nieuwenhoven is looking strong in the bend, but we also have Maximo Peratz now coming from lane 3, who's pushing strong, coming into that straight line. Lins having a hard time to keep on, and then it's Maximo Peratz from Argentina who's pushing through to that line, and he will clock a very solid 48.37 over this 400 meter in heat 4. And then I think Lins and Van Nieuwenhoven will just come short on a new season's best. So season's best for Peratz with 48.36 official time. Also a season's best for Versavel and a season's best for Van Nieuwenhoven. 2 more heats. In heat 5 in lane 2 for the Netherlands, we find August van de Weijer. Van de Weijer, personal best of 46.54 is his first 400 meter this outer season. So in lane 2, then in lane 3 from Burkina Faso, we have Isai Constant Somoda. He ran in 2024 the national indoor record. He did that in France. He has a personal best of 47.35. So trying to improve his season's best and come closer to the personal best. Michael Keaton in lane 5. And Maarten Hele in lane 6. Helen, very strong start of the season with a 10.69 over the 100 meters and then some troubles with the hamstrings and the calves. But now back to his main distance, the 400 meter. So let's see what he can do after a short rehab break. In lane 7 for the Netherlands, we have Max van der Lucht. And in the outside lane for Germany, Dornberg. Van der Lucht, personal best of 47.47. And Michael Keating, he ran his personal best on another Continental Bronze Tour meet in Belgium at the IFAM earlier this summer. 47.65, so very competitive field, very close to each other. So interesting to see who will take the win in Heat 5. And then we see an empty lane 4. Good start of Van der Lucht. Van der Lucht going hard from the beginning. And then we see Maarten Hele, who is now the one who tries to pick on that pace. Michael Keating doing the same. So that's your number 1, 2, 3, Van der Lucht, Hele and Keating. But it will be Van der Lucht who comes off that bend in the first position. Hele going strong, but it's also the man from Burkina Faso, Constant Somda, who's very competitive in the last lanes, and a very strong 46.42 for Max van der Lucht, and he is very relieved with that, as he should be. 47.47 was his previous personal best, so he takes out 1 second. Very solid 47.51 for Hele. Solid season's best after a difficult couple of weeks. And then Constant Somda with a 47.59. But what a run from Van der Lucht. He ran it blind. And he kept very good form onto the line. So obviously that's what we like to see. And then we move on to the last heat in this pre-program. So the fastest men should be preparing themselves right now. Bereitkopf from Germany in lane 2. And it's Geldenhuis from Namibia who will start in lane 3. Mark Koch from Germany in 4. Jamie Omala in 5. Luca Laurent in 6. And then 2 Lithuanian guys, Sutkus in 7 and Ask Tuolis in lane 8. Sutkus, he was 4th at the European Under-20 Championships back in 2023. He's 2 times national champion indoors and outdoors. has a national under 20 record, and he is selected for the under 23 championships coming up in Bergen next weekend. So last test for him. Asctuolis, he was second at nationals under 20 behind Sutkus. With in lane 3 another very interesting name, Geldenhuis from Namibia. He has a PB 45.93. He was fourth at the African Games and has the national under 20 record as well. And then with two Germans, Koch 45.4 already in the past. He was in the 4x4 team at the Olympic Games and he won a bronze medal with the 4x4 in 2024 at the European Championships. Breitkopf for Germany in the inside lane, fourth at nationals in Germany at the indoor championships. And Domala, he raced in an NCAA circuit last year, and this year came to follow his brother racing in Europe, Jamie Omala. We see his brother Eugene Omala in the main program, coming out for the Netherlands. And then that last heat is running with Omala, who's taking a very strong start. Omala from lane 5 in the Puma kit in the orange. Also Sutkus from the outside lane, last test for him before going into under 23 championships. And he looks strong. He looks very strong. His companion from Lithuania trying to keep that pace, but now it's a very, very close battle in the last straight line. And then it's in lane 3 from Namibia, Geldenhuis. He ran to 46.50 unofficial. And then he will take a very decent amount out of his season's best, who was standing at 47.16. And then we see that the winning times in the pre-program are the same for Geldenhuis, 46.48. And from the previous heat, Max van der Lucht even went faster with 46.40. Sutkus doing a season's best 47.05. And two personal bests from the other Lithuanian, Asctuolis and Jonas Breitkopf from Germany. He does a season's best. So this was your first event, the 400 meter for the man in the pre-program. And we will, in a couple of minutes, continue with the ladies running the full lap as well. 4 heats to come there.
Optocht van de dames die gaan lopen in het voorprogramma 4 races op die 400 meter. Met een Belgisch-Frans duel in de eerste reeks. Aan de première circuit, 2 athlètes françaises et 6 athlètes belges. Courroie 1 pour Augustine Cornille de la France. Courroie 2 pour Anastasia Cuvillier de la France aussi. In baan 3 gaan het team van Olympique Brugge. Courroie 4 de Clarence et Jules Bajata de la Louvière. In baan 5 voor Roeselaar en Imane Klaes. 1-6 voor de ploeg Atletiek, Annabel Molina. En baan 7 vooral bekend van de middenafstand voor 4 stap. En in baan 8 voor Roeselare, ook al met een 800 meter volledig door de witte.
.400 meter women's with a full first heat, so a lane 1 to 8 fully covered. For France, we have in the 2 inside lanes Augustine Cornil and Nastasia Cuvelier. In lane 3, Hanne Thiel. In 4, C. Uji Babdiata. In lane 5, under 16 athlete Imani Kleis. And under 20 in lane 6, Annabel Molina. Under 18 in 7, Ruud van Seendam. And again under 16 athlete in lane 8, Noor de Witte. So a very young competitive field here. And then the ladies are ready to get into the blocks. They're testing the start signal right now, but then looks like we're good to go. First heat, same concept. First young athletes, and then we move on to the faster heats from the pre-program, because we will see some more international heats coming up in the main program. A little bit of wind coming up, but ladies have to stand up again, so probably have to figure out some electronical stuff. And then hopefully the delay will not take too long, because it's never fun for nobody, and especially not if you're already behind your blocks. And I just hear there's a delay for 5 minutes, so yeah, stay tuned. They're trying to fix the technical issue, and then shortly we will be back with this first heat from the women's 400-meter races.
Een wat technische probleempjes met de valse startdetectie, waardoor de start van de eerste reeks een aantal minuten uitgesteld wordt en de délai. À cause des problèmes techniques en ce qui concerne la détection faux départ. Some technical issues with the false start detection. So once solved, the first heat can take off of the 400-meter run in the free program.
So what you're seeing is they putting in the cables into the starting blocks because the electronic signaling was probably not working 100%, and that way they are more sure the false detection system will do what it needs to do. But obviously that takes some time to have in place again, so that's why it's taking a couple of minutes more. Luckily the temperatures are high, so the athletes won't get cold waiting behind their blocks.
Dat valse startdetectiesysteem is ontwikkeld door Electronics uit Polen in de Kempen. En wordt dus op heel veel internationale wedstrijden tot op wereldniveau gebruikt. In de startblokken zit een chip en als die een impuls krijgt te kort na het startschot, dan gaat er op een centraal console een lichtje branden en ook een geluidssignaal dat aangeeft dat er een valse start is veroorzaakt. Maar om dat te kunnen zien, enerzijds op de informatie van de blokken naar de console te krijgen. In principe is dat een draadloos systeem, maar vandaag wordt dus even teruggekoppeld naar een systeem met draadverbinding. Omdat dat draadloze systeem zo net de geest heeft gegeven le système de détection faux départ a été développé par une firme belge, Electronics, de Polen. Il y a en correspondance entre le starting block et une console centrale qui va détecter s'il y a quelqu'un qui a donné un impulse trop vite après le pistolet et ça donne une pique sonore. Ce qui est
test. Hopefully we can start soon again with the women's heat, but they're still checking if the cable wiring they're putting into the blocks now is functioning as false start detection. So the athletes try to stay focused and keep the body ready to sprint once everything is arranged again. Is even aan het chillen. Is die super warm daar? Heb je een petje of zo? Ja, want je zegt dat je een zonneslag hebt om daar lang te staan.
Zorg dat je genoeg water blijft hebben. En dan
Met die zwarte t-shirts allemaal.
hier is dat nog nooit op 4 water.
Maar vorige week was het bij mij op de club in Halle. Ook internationale wedstrijd. En ze hadden fluo-gele t-shirts. Maar alle Wespen vlogen daar de hele tijd naartoe. Dus dat is heel erg zo.
Toch liever even te warm.
Er zijn wel opties, hè. Het is niet of zwart of geel.
Ja, we hebben ook wat rode t-shirts.
Ja, ik zou denken hier. Zo wat oranje, hè.
Die we nog hadden. Ik weet niet, al zo lang geleden de motor is. Die zwarte is in hotel. Nu zijn ze nieuwe aan het regelen met de sponsoring. Dat ook wel een keer mocht komen. Sponsors. Ja, ja, het is een nieuwsroom. Anders zijn er soms
Ja, als ik ze afkom, sowieso, want ze proberen.
Driving the company provides it.
Een beetje nerveus, hè, precies.
omdat ze zeggen dat ze liever te luisteren een beetje vroeger dan de rest.
Maar ik snap dat ook niet.
Ja, maar nu staan nu streamt ook via groter Eurovision.
Ja, ja, het is al maar ik zag wel inderdaad op de app dat erop stond vanaf 2 uur. En ik dacht, zo, ik moet toch wel beginnen om 2 uur 30. Maar waarschijnlijk hebben zij dat zo ingeknipt en hebben ze dan een probleem als er nog geen beeld is.
Zo stom.
Misschien berekenen ze dat ook wel de half uur van het wisselen van het beeld is.
Dat kan inderdaad.
Zo stom.
Ja, ik zou ook niet gaan, dat is
Het is kei warm, dus je staat wel aan het show.
zeker niet zitten.
Als je even opgewarmd, dan...
Allee, het is goed dat je niet afkoelt, maar langs de andere kant.
Ik zou dan gewoon geen weder, ik zou gewoon
Beetje
niet
weer
zitten. Ja, zitten gewoon direct vast.
Ja, dat is goed. Hè. We hebben dat op de Interclub ook gehad. Dus aflossen lopen. En dan zeiden ze ook, ja, echt exact hetzelfde als hier.
Lang.
En dan, ja, 35 minuten.
Al wat.
Ik dacht echt
nadien van een 100 meter te lopen. Ik was er zo stijf van. Uiteindelijk, ja, het is opgewarmd en dan weer afgekoeld en dan moet je opeens toch sprinten.
Ja.
Maar het was grappig, want Elise Meeuwis stond naast mij en die was tegen haar
We zijn nu weer een andere
compagnon gaan zeggen, zet al een paar voetjes dichter, want ik ga er niet meer geraken anders.
Ja. Weet je ook, bij de 4x100 probleem. Ja, we hadden toch, Julian wel een probleem, dat weet ik ook. Het was like, gewoon heel in de start, wel langer wachten. Het was niet zoals de start, zoals start. En na 20 meter zijn ze ja, stop, het is een probleem als je de timer inneemt.
Ja, want we hebben toen zelfs gelopen zonder vaste startdetectie. Omdat ze gezegd hebben, ja, allee, kom maar, je kunt niet blijven wachten, er moet iets gebeuren. Haal het er gewoon uit, doe het op het oog en allee, het is er niet aan betand over.
Je kunt dat niet.
Nee, ik weet het, ik weet het.
We hebben dat wel een keer gehad met die tijd. Twee vrienden die ook op de club krijgen. Ze moesten altijd de 400 meter doen. En de tijd was niet gestart. En ze zeiden dat als ze toe. Dus ze hadden gelopen. En ze hadden één tijd. En ze vroegen dat we nog kijken. Ze hebben weg. Ah, alleen ik heb nog wat niet.
100 tot daar aan toe.
Ik heb nog 400 gelopen.
Ja, wow. Hij ligt dan al helemaal op de grond. Ja, wil je nog een keer? Ja, nee, nee, ja. Dus de training naar rond, de training van de training ook.
Ja,
Nog
ja.
400 voor iets. Dat is dat is een bakje.
Ze luisteren nu nog bezig.
Ja, dat staat hier
Staat gewoon
op de home en op boven.
Ah ja.
En gewoon die serie 1 staat daar. Is dat strak gemaakt als je nog warm zo'n beetje
Dat is 20 minuten al uit.
ja. De man moest er maar zijn nu starten met de 100.
Wat heet dat?
Eerste. Dat is nog maar de eerste reeks in de loop van de
Ja,
week.
we moesten starten nu. Dus we hebben nog 4 reeksen 400 meter eerst.
5. Hij zat er 5.
Ja, maar dat is aangepast altijd naar.
Maar
Ja.
In theorie als iedereen er is.
ja.
Maar dan,
Het zijn nog 4.
ja.
Ja, oké. Maar ze moesten nu de man nog 100 doen. Maar ze hebben allemaal veel beter gepakt, dus de man dat je veel genomen hebt.
Ja, ik denk als alles zo vlot naar elkaar verloopt, kunnen we dat wel toewerken, want ze waren ook echt goed op tijd klaar geweest.
Het laatste 39.
Ja, ja, dat is niet gek.
Het laatste 39, 7 iets van de eerste ronde.
Ja, ik denk, dat zal toch niet meer doen.
Ja, oh. 115 mensen
Ja.
zijn er ingeschreven.
Het is mijn international en dan is het nog in de hemel.
Ja, dat zijn gewoon, hè. Dus had je nog een keer 2 iets international. Die daar in dit.
Op de IFAM, als ze zegt van ja, je moet het naprogramma ook doen. Dus dat begon om 10 uur of zo, en dan om 12:30 gewoon een reekse 5000. Toen heb ik gezegd, ik ga dat wel niet meer doen.
Maar wat moet je dan zeggen? Of,
Maar, en ook, weet je ziet dat niet, hè? Mensen die de nummer en zo, dat zijn gewoon mensen die lopen. En ik kijk gewoon als jou en dan een beetje proberen om daar iets uit te halen.
Met
Ook,
die internationals.
5000.
ja, je kent die truitjes niet en zo, je kent die mensen niet, dus dat is super moeilijk.
dan 5000 gelijk.
Ja.
De meeste pannen kunnen nog zeggen, hier bij de 400, ja, hij is aan het versnellen.
Allee, je hebt veel tijd om zo een keer te overlopen wie dat er allemaal in zit, dus on the bright side, maar
Voor iedereen zijn leven een beetje te vertellen.
dan een keer een beetje datje, maar ja, dat is echt moeilijk. Dus zodat de nummers hier groot genoeg zijn, dat ik straks als het zo 1500 en 800 is, dat ik het een beetje kan volgen. Want we zullen echt schokken.
Ja, veel zo.
Ja, ik doe wel regelmatig livestreamen.
Ja, Atletiek had schrijven.
Je kunt dan nog wat op Vlaams van de alle categorieën, dat er geen spreker was.
Nee, ik was naar het buitenland toen en Johan die daar zit, die stuurde mij van ja, blijkbaar hebben ze niemand voorzien.
Ik wil dat kind een livestream,
Dat was
was
keibrak.
zo dat geluid zo uit aan het zeggen, dat zo voor de iets. En keek zo in zo de chats van de livestream. Ja, heeft er iemand zin omdat je luistert kon praten met hen. Dus de club had ik zelf niet door dat ze moesten.
Ja, dat is altijd problemen in deze zijn.
Philippe is dan in de schaduw, hè. Maar ja,
Ja, ja, ik zou die.
een beetje wind.
De rol van de 400 is meestal, wat kunnen wij de rol van de 100 en de rol van de 200 en de elkaar koppelen? Volgens Cedric kan dat niet. Nee, gaat dat niet. Hij gaat dat niet. Want die gok is een bepaalde vorm.
Zijn jullie Frans aan het livestreamen? Hoeveel heb jij er al zo staan? Nee, deze niet. Heb je die nodig voor mij staan? Dat is leuk. Ja, Vietnam. Ja, Vietnam. Ja, Vietnam. Ja, ja, ik weet het, maar dat is een snap. Staat nu af, hè? Ja, ja, ja.
Binnen 2 minuten de start van de eerste race van de 400 meter dames. Over 2 minutes the start of the first heat 400 meter. Een van de haar uurwerk hard. We hebben de tijdloos erop loopt.
Okay, and then we just got the green light that we can continue with the 400 meter women's. Sorry for the delay. There was some technical issues that needed to be sorted out, but hopefully everything is alright now. And we have an afternoon without any troubles in regard of electronics. But yeah, some delay as well for the next event. So hopefully they're informed about how they gonna arrange that. And we should be on our way soon. So in this first heat in lane 1, Augustine Cornil for France. Also for France, Nastasia Cuvelier in lane 2. In lane 3, Hannah Thiel. In lane 4, Eju Babdiata. In lane 5, Imani Kleis. In lane 6, Annabel Molina. In lane 7, Ruud van Steendam. And Nore de Witte in the outside lane. Half an hour delay. Let's see how these women could cope with that. Luckily, it's hot today outside, so cooling down is not an issue. But on the other side, the sun on their faces this last half an hour with already the idea of running a 400 meter, that's not ideal as well. And we're off with a good start for lane 5. Imani Kleis, one of the youngest in this field. We have 2 under 16 athletes, Imani Kleis and Norde Witte in the outside lanes. But now from lane 4, Ayu Badiata, she's taking the lead going into that second bend. And she's storming away, taking a couple of meters. Now coming as first in that last straight line next to her, Hannah Thiel is running very well as well. And then the outside lane, Norde Witte with a very strong sprint, and she overtakes her and she wins. Winning this heat for Norde Witte from the outside lane with a very strong last 100 meters. She runs a PB of 61.10. And in second place, Ayu Badiata with a season's best of 61.60. Hannah Thiel in third position. And so that was our first heat, 400 meters. Hopefully we can move smoothly onto the next heat. A PB for Van Steendam. In the second heat, we have for France, Lily Bush in lane 1, in lane 2, Charlotte Baron. Dan it's Hege Michiels in lane 3, Genelva Dico for her home club running in lane 4. They're from Cyprus in lane 5, Georgiou. Leah Skudner in lane 6, Hannah Opten in lane 7, and Lara Serpentier in the outside lane for KRC Gent. Very diverse field here with fastest on paper, Hege Michiels in lane 3. with a time of 58.15, while the outside lanes are looking for a sub 60. Michiel, specialist on the 800 meters. So second heat. With from Cyprus in lane 5. Georgiou, under 20 athlete. She competed last week in the under 20 championships in Cyprus. We're now here today in Belgium, an international 400 meter for her. Our second heat got started with a good start for the athlete from Cyprus. Georgiou already crossed Skutner. Georgiou running strong, but now Dico for her home club trying to keep that pace high, and then it's going to be very tight coming off the bend. 3 women will be shoulder on shoulder, and it looks like Hege Michiels is now taking the lead, and with her 800 meter legs she will be able to hold Dico and Georgiou off, and she's now taking the lead with a couple of meters and wins in 59.60. Georgiou from Cyprus came close to at the end, so that will be close to a season's best or a personal best for Cyprus, but the win for Hege Michiels in 59.13. Georgiou 59.32, just 200s outside her PB, and then a PB for Hanne op de Ende with 59.74. And then we move on to the third heat, and it's getting faster and faster with in the inside lane, lane 2, Noémie Stachowiak for France, Hanna Verreke from Kagent in lane 3, Evelyn Del Carmen from Dominican Republic in lane 4, Jalika Badji in lane 5, Laurine Bourguignon in lane 6, Alicia Colla in lane 7, and Oglar Lear from Ireland in lane 8. Verreke with the fastest time in this heat, 56.47. And then we have 2 400 meter hurdle specialists in this heat from Dominican Republic, Evelyn Del Carmen. She's a hurdler, and also Jalika Badji in lane 5 runs both events. So Carmen with a PB of 54.65 over 400 meter hurdles. So that's a very decent level. She ran that time last year. 31 years old athlete. And now a 400 meter for her today. Already run 1:56.97. So she will be keen on improving that time. She has a PB of 54.65, as I just said. So let's see what she can do in this third heat. PB for Badji is 55.52. And Hanna Verreke, she has a 56.47, so those three will be very close to each other. Verreke also made a little trip to the 800 meters this season and managed to run a very decent 2:10.85 over the double distance. So she will be strong coming off that bend in that last straight line. Curious to see who will take the win in this third heat. And then we should be good to go. Hopefully. At least for the next heat are already waiting on the side. All together in that little piece of shadow that they can find. And then it's time to get into the blocks. Stasjowiak, Verreke, Del Carmen, Badji, Bourguignon, Cola, and Lear. Fourth heat. Can we get a time close to 56 seconds? Because that's definitely what Verreke, Del Carmen, and Badji are looking for. And a good start for Verreke. She is closing the gap onto Del Carmen. And Badji keeping her distance between herself and Del Carmen. And now it's those three who are making the moves, but also Laurine Bourguignon. And then Del Carmen now pushing pressure on Badji. Del Carmen will come off that band very strong, but now Verreke, she's pushing through, and then it's those three expected shoulder on shoulder, and then I think Verreke with her 800 meter power at the end, she's proving herself the best in this race and clocking a 56.65. Which is very close to her PB she ran this season, just 2/10 out of that time. So that's a very solid run for her. And the season's best for Badji, 57.27. And then we see the Del Carmen couldn't keep Bourguignon off in that last straight line because Bourguignon managed to run a PB of 57.65. So a very successful day for Bourguignon. And then we will move on to the last heat in this pre-program 400 meters with in lane 2 for Finland, Milja Thursson, Sterreprovost in lane 3. She was Belgium champion under 16. She's Belgium champion under 18 as well. And now last week she ran finally a PB again and went sub 56 seconds. Then next to her from Ireland, another under 20 athlete, Daisy Walker. In lane 5, Nina Dunolf. In lane 6, Hilary Udushukwu. In lane 7, Jitse Steemans. And in the outside lane from Australia, Charlize Silvier. Walker, she was part of the 4x4 relay at the under 20 World Champs taking place last year. She has the fastest time in this heat, 54.91. Or is it gonna be Jitse Steenmans who's showing her strong legs? She had a special meal before coming into this race, and we see that she's running from lane 7 and going off very fast, very strong. And it's already Nina de Nolf who's overtaking Hilary Udushukwu. De Nolf who will challenge Steenmans. And we see Daisy Walker, she's running a fantastic bend. And now overtaking the other ladies, storming into that last straight line with De Nolf on shoulder with Steemans. And then the others coming very close as well. But from the inside lane, Milja Thursson from the inside lane. What she did in that bend was crazy, and now she clocks a 54.52. From lane 2, Thursson, but she already ran a 54.40. I overlooked it, but so not a big surprise. But this is a season's best for her, not that far out of her personal best. And then a PB for Sevier from Australia. And look, personal best for Jitse Steemans. So her special meal prior to this competition was definitely worth it, as she's the strongest Belgian runner in the pre-program 400 meters. So it's a very successful day for her. And a decent performance for Udushukwu and De Nolf going sub 56. And then I think we will move very fast onto the 100 meters, as we have a delay to make up for. In the 100 meter for men, we will continue with 7 heats. And again, fastest man will be at the end. So every heat we will see an improvement on times, with a first heat looking for a time sub 12. We'll have in lane 2 for France Wirzikowski in lane 3, also for France. Yassine Stayiri in lane 4 for Flanders Athletics Club. Ilian Mignot, under 18 athletes. Then under 20 athlete for France in 5, Maxence Bocquet. Under 18 athlete again, Ayman Ganan in lane 6. And again under 18, Arnaud Vermousse in lane 7. With the 100-meter looking very competitive for the main program later this evening. That will take place at 7:10 for the men's. And we will be looking for times very close to that 10-second barrier, as we have the national record holder from Nigeria, who will race against one of the fastest athletes from Ghana, and Ocon from Nigeria as well, with a wind added sub 10 PB, will be racing here as well. All those 3 men are competitive against each other in the NCAA circuit in America, so then you know that they can do something special. Much more, of course, later in that main program, but first we have our pre-program that will be concluded with some very fast times in that last heat, no doubt.
Enkel de wagens in de reeks nationaal. De reeks niet.
Oké, maar dus geen voor top 2 tijden van de 100 meter.
And then hopefully they get everything in place as fast as they can, so they can make up for the delay, and hopefully everything then works as it should do.
Jury mag gewoon de camera stil een klein beetje meer uitzoomen, net als daarnet.
And then you can see the official testing the signal. You can judge his technique yourself, but I hope that means the detection is okay and we will not see problems in those regards coming into the short sprint events. And then the first heat looks ready to go. And that was a start signal. We have our first sprint event, short sprint event, with Ilian Mignot for Flanders Athletics Club, who easily took this win with 11:77 on the clock. (11:75) corrected, and now we see that there is too much wind, plus 2.8. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting for the coming heats. Because that means we hopefully see some legitimate times and some PBs expected. But in this first heat, Ilian Mignot with the win, 11:75. And now we move to the second heat within lane 1, Mehdi Ganan for Molenbeek. In lane 2 for France, Tristan Lemaire. In lane 3, one of the better under 18 sprinters in Belgium, Wout van der Pijpen. In lane 4, Emile Dieussaert. In lane 5 from France, under 20, Bastien Couche. In lane 6, Aboubakar Doumbouya, under 20 athlete. Then for his home club, Arthur Torri in lane 7, and in the outside lane 8, under 18 athlete Diego Lopez Ukwadi. Bastien Couche 11:38, and then it will be very close behind him, as most of the other guys have PBs around 11:4, 11:5. So it will be interesting to see who will take the lead and win the second heat. And so this pre-program of this International Continental Tour Bronze gives opportunity for some younger athletes to race in a competitive field against each other. And we saw a very good start from lane 2, Tristan Lemaire. And then it's very tight now. Wout van der Pijpen looks very strong, but then it's coming from lane 6, Aboubakar Doumbouya. Looks like he was the strongest at the end with 11:57. Lopez Ukwadi from the outside lane, 11:67. Van der Pijpen 11:71. And now we need to check. And now the wind was minus 2.3, and that would give an explanation to the times a little bit above the season's best and the personal best from this gentleman in the second heat. So yeah, that's making it even more interesting, seeing that the timing 5 minutes earlier, 5 minutes later can make a big difference. In heat 3, we have for the Netherlands in lane 2, Matteo Bos. For Brussels in lane 3, Guillaume Dominé. In lane 4, Yannick Goossens. In 5 for Leuven, Bart Narmon. In lane 6, Kenny Velder, Biala for Brussels. Warre de Pauw in lane 7. And in lane 8, Vinjaris Winster for the Netherlands again. De Pauw more specialist on the 2 and the 400 meters. and now trying to improve his 11:30 he ran last week at the Challenger meet in Huizingen. De Pauw ran his 400-meter PB here in Kortrijk already 3 years ago. Two Dutchmen in the outside lanes against the Belgium guys in this third heat. Good start from lane 5, Bart Narmon, but it is Yannick Goossens now. Yannick Goossens who is storming to the lead, and he wins. He wins his heat in 11:18, and then I'm curious what the wind will say. 11:04 he already ran, so that's a solid effort, and then a personal best for the man in the inside lane, Matteo Bos for the Netherlands, 11:27. And the win was minus 1.0. So a little bit more quiet in this heat. In heat 4, we have in lane 2 Gilles Planchon, under 20 athletes. Van Langenhoven in lane 3. Kobe Plasgaard in lane 4, 200 meter specialist. Jasper Ranes in lane 5. He also does like the 200 meters, both guys being able to qualify themselves in Flemish or Belgian finals. But then in the indoor championships, but then obviously it's very hard to run from the inside lanes. In lane 6 for Lebeke, Mike Masaka. In 7 for representing India, but for the club Ghent, Zakib Yunus Ahmed. And in lane 8, Flavine Pluquet for France. And then good shot that we see our first sub-11 coming up in this fourth heat. Good start from Zakib Yunus Ahmed. And also Jasper Ranes in competition with Masaka, but Jasper Ranes, he wins in 11:06. So no sub 10, so sub 11, sorry, yet. But not too far outside his PB, 11:04. That's a decent run for Ranes. Good start and then build the momentum. Pluko 11:07, Van Langenhoven 11:18. And then no surprises with a wind of minus 0.8. And then next up, we starting to move into more international fields with Ken Leunissen from the Netherlands and the inside lane. We see a lot of the Netherlands in the inside lanes. Leunissen ran his 200 meter PB in Belgium last year with too much wind, and his 100 meters PB as well in Belgium, so hopefully today for him Kortrijk will do the trick. And next to him from Curaçao, we find Shirami Bito. From Germany, Boateng Miriku in 4. Wolf Belin in lane 5. Jaden Martinborg in lane 6. Sydney GG for France in lane 7. And Davide Petrella in lane 8. Petrella, 400 meter specialist. But some short sprints for him today. Belin ran a good indoor seasons, improved his 60 meters PB to 690, if I'm not wrong, or something close to 690. So now looking for that improvement over 100 meters. But on paper it is Boateng Miriku from Germany with 1068, who should be the fastest out of the blocks. Jaden Martinborg from the Netherlands. He's the national under 18 champion from the Netherlands. 1085 he already run. So very good feel for him today. And find something special. And then we see the middle lanes with Miriku, Belin and Martinborg. But it is Miriku who came off very strong at the end. 1069 was shown, 1067. And that's an official. 1089 for Belin Leunissen. 1090 season's best for him. Bito also sub 11. But the win for the German in a mild tailwind of plus 0.3. And then one more heat within lane 1. Dejean Franchise from the Netherlands. In lane 2 from Cyprus. Stavros Agostino. In lane 3 from France. Mohamed Zadi. In 4 for India. Manikanta Hoblidar. In 5. Seko Kamara from Guinea-Bissau. Next to him, Niels Kerkhoffs in lane 6. 7 is for France again, Jehan Anisse. And 8 is for Germany, Malte Stangenberg. And then it's the man from India with the strongest PB. He ran 2 years ago, 1022. But this season he came to 1052 yet. And that's about the same as Seko Kamara and Mohamed Zadi. So that will be interesting competition between those three. But then also from the outside lane, the German, he's part of the 4x4 squad at the under 23 championships 2 years ago. And he ran an European under 18 final back in 2018. So he was on a very young age already running very fast. 10:57 is his PB. So we will see that everything will be very close to each other. Same with Niels Kerkhoffs. He was part of the relay squad at the Europeans back in 2019. And he ran the finals at the Belgium Championships in 2023. It's a good opportunity for him to improve on his 1062. And hopefully the wind does what it needs to do for this last heat and bring on some good competition in this international heat 7. And a false start, yeah, false start. No discussion from lane 7. Jehan Anisse for France. Anise will get his red card unless something can explain it, but I'm afraid so. And then we will see Anise later for a rematch over the double distance. Of course, it's 100 meters, so there's always risks taken to get that good start and set yourself up for a fast time. But no cigar today for Jehan Anisse. They will show him. Maybe the only thing that can work is say that the crowd, but those 15 people on the sideline, it's hard to call a crowd, that they were too loud. And so he has to leave the field or the track. So we will sprint with 7 guys instead of 8. And then Malte Stangenberg is a bit running blind from the outside lane with nobody next to him. Can hopefully there from lane 4 come close to his PB of 10:22 again. If yes, that will be enough to win this heat. And then this time everybody was perfect in the start. And then it's very competitive running in the inside lanes, 4, 5, 6, very close to each other. And I think that means a new personal best for Niels Kerkhoffs anyway, depending on the wind, obviously. Already ran at 10:53 in the past, and then the wind looks good. It's plus 1.9. So those guys were lucky, and then indeed a season's best for Cyprus Augustino with 10:53 and a PB. Wind legal PB for Niels Kerkhoffs with 10:55, and he shows himself to be the best sprinter, the best Belgium sprinter in this pre-program with a very solid 10:55 race for him. So this heat concludes the male 100 meter races. And then you already can guess the team. We will just move on to the women's doing the same event, where we again will find the fastest ladies in the last heat. 5 heats this time. Within the first heat for France, the master athlete Fanny Griffon. And the contrast is big because she's running next to an under 16 and under 18 athlete, Léane Lefebvre for Belgium. Then in lane 4 for France again, Jade Lavergne. In lane 5, under 18 for Belgium, Cléa Ligeois. In 6 for France, Gaëlle Jossin. In lane 7, under 16 athlete for France, Alice Denry. And in the outside lane for Great Britain, LeChamp Clifford. So interesting field. Jade Lavergne, 13:44. And that's on paper the fastest we have in this heat. Good start from lane 7 from the youngster Alice Denry. And yeah, she looks very strong, clocking at 12:78. She didn't have an entry time, and looks like that's clear why she ended up in this heat, because that was a very strong run for her. 12:77 corrected. And then a PB for the athlete from the UK, Clifford, 13:40. With a negative wind again, minus 1.1. So every heat can be a surprise again. In the second heat, we have again an athlete for France, Ornelia Niani in lane 2. In 3, Amélie Buck voor AC Hamme, Kato de Schepper in 4. In lane 5, Van der Hagen. In 6, Anne Ramon Kool. In lane 7, Van de Stenen. And in lane 8, Ange Audrey Rediger. Van de Stenen will race against her own athlete. So Jessica van de Stenen, she is the coach of Kato de Schepper in lane 4. So that's an interesting battle coming up in this heat. The Schepper with the fastest time in this heat, 12:78. Let's see how her coach can respond to that. And then a good start from Anna Ramon Kool from lane 6, and Kato de Schepper and Van der Hagen. But then it's from the inside lane, Ornelia Niani. Looks like she could take that win. Very close on the finish line, and yes, she did. In a season's best of 13:07 before Kato de Schepper 13:13 and Van der Hagen 13:14. In a wind of minus 1.2. And then Kato de Schepper could win the battle against her coach Van de Stenen. In the third heat, in lane 1, the youngster Van den Abeel, under 16 athlete. Then next to her, an international from Finland, Emma Suhonen. In lane 3, Charlotte Kinable, back to finally coming close to her PB times. In lane 4, under 20 athlete Zita de Wilde. In 5 for France, Katiba Amatoul. In 6, Nora de Bruiker. Nora de Bruiker in the past did pole vaulting, but now she's focused on sprinting and a long jump, and didn't race a 100 this season, so this will be her first. Next to her in lane 7 for France, Bertella Anisetti, and also for France in the outside lane, Laura Feringa. And it's going to be a very close battle for lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, as all those, and even lane 2, all those ladies have PBs between 12:43 and 12:48. So it should be interesting to see who will be on top of it today. Maybe De Bruiker as she has no reference yet from this season. Expecting Kinable to have a very good start, and that was the case in lane 3. And now she needs to fight for that position, but it is Amatul from lane 5 who takes the win. 12:47 for her. And that's right in that mix, very close to her PB. Zita de Wilde came in second, 12:61. Emma Suhonen from Finland, 12:61 as well. 12:69 for Kinable. En dan Renske van den Aweel, 13:07. En Noora de Breuker, 13:12 to start off this season for her. Will definitely look for more, but one step at a time. In the next heat, all 8 lanes occupied. In lane 1, the young Kato Shears, under 18 athlete, next to the French Naomi Olissa. And in lane 3, Miss Consistency Aurore Duchesne. Can she find a mark around that 12:13 new PB from Switzerland again? In an international field, next to her in lane 4, we have Marilene Kos from Argentina. She is the closest to going sub 12 already with a 12:04. Then under 20 in the Impens, looking very strong this season with a 12:09 already. In lane 5, Luca Hevert in 6. Next to her younger sister, Nona Hevert in 7. And then Xante van Driessen in lane 8. Van Driessen, part of the national bobsled team. And an interesting battle between the sisters Hevert. On paper, the fastest time for lane 6, Luca. But Nuna Hevert, her younger sister, doing very well in the last under 23 championship races. So that will be an interesting one. Should be a very close one, this 4th heat. All 8 athletes within 3/10 of each other on paper. And then a strong start from the inside lanes in the Impens. Looking strong. Impens, who is very good until the end, and then it's just waiting for confirmation of the times because it's all gonna be very close to each other. Times around 12:16 for Aurore Duchesne. She overtook her at the end, and that's very close to her 12:13, so she will be pleased with that. From Argentina, Kos, she ran 12:19, and then Van Driessen in 3rd position, in a tie with Impens of 12:34. With the wind that was a minus 0.4. So no advantage for these ladies, but not too much of trouble as well. And then we move into the last and fastest pre-program heat with for France, Eva Turs in lane 1. Then for Chile, Bori Giralda in lane 2, Angela Goazi in lane 3, Anushka Kadiampa in lane 4, Samia Bendif in 5 for France, Lotte de Voer for Belgium in 6, Anna Roelofs for the Netherlands in 7, and then Milja Turesson. And Turesson, we already saw running the 400 meters, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, she won that 400 meters in 54:49. And now she thinks it's a good idea to put some 100 meters on top. So very curious what her tired legs can do with a 12:00 behind her name. That's a good challenge for her today. And then Aguazi, we know her from the hurdles. That's where she shines. Was able to race at the under 20 and under 18 championships. Also, Kadiamba, very strong. 2 weeks ago, she ran towards a big PB of 11:66. Already a run one time faster in the past with a lot of tailwind. But that 11:66 looked very promising for Kadiamba, and then her training partner, Lotte de Voer. She was able to go sub 12 for the first time this season as well. And she will be keen to do this again. So, as we saw with the last heat of the men's races, the win being very much in advantage. Hopefully, there's a little present for this ladies coming up. And then a very good start for most of the athletes, but now is Gadiamba. Gadiamba is looking very strong, and she's storming away, and she's confirming now her form with another 11:67. Unofficial, waiting for confirmation. But that looks very good, and she ties her PB 11:66 again. So it was no coincidence 2 weeks ago. She's really worth that time now. A season's best for the Netherlands. Roelofs and Tourson going 11:86. So after that 400 meters, she had something left in her legs. Also a decent 11:87 for Angel Aguazi. And then again, we saw that the wind plus 1.8 was in the advantage of that last heat. So today it looks like being fast on paper helps you get in the right heat, and having the wind in your advantage. And so with that, we conclude that Anushka Gadiamba is the fastest Belgian athlete in this pre-program. But of course, we will see more of that in the main program that will come on later. And after some fast racing, we will move on to the double laps, the 800 meters, where the men will start, and where we will see 7 heats of racing coming up. And then we're only speaking about the pre-program. There will be more later on in the main program.
Eerste reeks. 7 reeks Maurice van Effen, waar de Bruinen van Vlak en Jeroen van der Wallen van Vlak in baan 1, Sibus Sloveren van Heppel. Die start voor Roeselaar in baan 2. In 3 ook Louis Pierre Pennequin de la France. Wietse Duto van Kortrijk springt in baan 4 met de Fransman Louis Hubert. Op Qataris Mohamed Ben Garbia in baan 5. Voor Estepijn Tjöbel samen met Nidal Kim Jong. In baan 7 Touracetto de Richtpaar voor Jan Dubois. En in baan 7 ook Thomas Pauwels van Kagent. Ik doe dat dit. Le but français Emilien Boissou et Ahmed Kar.
Jij moet naar daar. Hij ligt volledig andersom. Zo bij Karel. De beste gewoon naar achter stappen.
Nee, hier wel. Daarom dat ik hier komen staan. Dan hoor ik hier naar
Dat is de plan. Dat is de plan. Gewoon naar hier. Wauw.
Box 2. Box 2. Die is hier. Box 2.
En die gaan nog gewoon naar hier.
Staat er daar een nummer op?
Nee, dat moet gaan staan en behoorlijk en niet te maken een probleem.
Ja joh, ik kan dat niet van doen dat het gaat.
And now we're back with the next event, 800 meters in the pre-program, so a lot of heats will take place. Heat 1 is in place right now, and we will see 7 heats. In this first heat, a mix between younger and older athletes, as we have under 18 waren De Bruyne, Wietse Duto, Mohamed Ben Garbia, Nidal Kim Jong-gur, and then some seniors, two from France, Emilien Boissou, Ahmed Karboubi, and Thomas Pauwels, Florian Dubois, so Pepin Chiobel, Louis Hubert, Pierre Pennequin, Jesse Klaas, Siebe de Sloveren. For the Masters represent Jeroen van der Wallen, that the older legs can still run fast. And so already one lap in, coming across 56, 50, 57 seconds. And then it's just a class, I think, that's running in the front with the pacemaker, and now he's loose and he's on his own for the home club. with Duto leading that second pack. And then Florian Dubois in second position. Jesse Klaas in front with Dubois. Now trying to close that gap, but Jesse Klaas is only expanding his gap and is showing a very strong performance in this first 800 meter heat. And he will see a very good time of 1:56.73. And that's a huge improvement on his 2:02.39 entry time. So very solid performance in this first heat. So a PB for Klaus, 1:56.70. A PB as well for Dubois, just not under that 2 minutes mark. And a PB for the man in third place. And that sets a tone, because the only thing we see in this heat are PB so far. If you want to check all the results, you can go on the website atletiek.nu. There you have everything covered. So don't worry if you missed out on what's in the screen. The results stay available online. And there you can also find the next heats coming up and the timetable of the rest of the day. Second heat is taking place with in lane 1 two-man starting Dorian De Haan and Omer Khalid. Then in lane 2 Thomas Adams, in 3 Jean-Christo Ratzara and Nick Mangse from Germany. Louis de Bruyker in 4 with the Frenchman Julien Gierzinski. In 5 Anton de Baat. In 6 Senne Ketsman and Kevin de Grande. In 7 Matthias Lebier and Joshua Tremery, who already ran a good 400 meters earlier, will now pace the pack in this second heat. All men PBs of 2 minutes or just below, like 1:58 and 1:59. So that's what we're looking for in the second heat. And pacemaker drops them. 58 seconds coming into the second lap. And then because we were off a little bit, need to figure out who's in the lead. And then it's Anton de Baat. Anton de Baat now in a battle
Het is Anton die
But Anton de Waard, he wins this heat, and he also goes below that 2-minute barrier, waiting for the confirmation of his time. (1:55:61). Corrected to 59. So 1:55:59. PB, and it was a German Mangse who came in for second place. Adams in third position, good for a season's best. And also a season's best for De Grande. In the next heat, the Spiegelere will be the pacemaker. And then we have for Luxembourg in lane 1 Ben Schmidt, together with the Frenchman Romain Cabert, Simon van den Bon and Ulrich Schollaert, Nino Braat, and for France again Clément Letourmy, Van den Busche in lane 4 next to Letourmy, then in lane 5 for France Gaël Hénard, in 6 Mehdi Dries together with the German Ludwig Saman and Thomas Godwin next to Florentin Joly in lane 7. Waiting for the start. Third heat. And then I have no idea what we're waiting for this time. Quite a strong wind at the moment in the stadium. So for those double distance, double lap runners, obviously half of the time that's good news, and the other half it's not. Again, looks like some problem with the start signal. As we see the jury start walking around, a bit nervous. So waiting for the third heat to be able to start. Apologies, of course, for all the delays. But as we all know, technology is fun as long as it works, and if it's not, then you get delays. Okay, and then they decided to go old-fashioned and just use the starting gun and not the electronic way of doing it. So of course at the 800 it's not really a problem, but will need to be solved when we move on to 200 meters again. And maybe you could even hear the jury shouting at the athletes to get ready again. So luckily this time only a 5-minute delay. Everybody going to their lines again. And then we're good to go for this third heat. And then we're off, third heat. De Spiegelaar who will do the pacemaking. And then a mix of some Belgium guys with some French guys. And Ludwig Saman from Germany in the mix. And then it's someone from Germany who will take that first position behind the pacemaker. Clément Letourmy in second position. So Saman Letourmy. And the Spiegelaar doing a good job. 56, 57 at the bell. Saman Letourmy still 1 and 2. And then pacemaker needs to go out of their way now as they're starting. And then we see some movement coming from Ben Schmidt from Luxembourg. So we have Germany, Luxembourg, France. And it's still Ludwig Saman from Germany. But Ben Schmidt from Luxembourg looks strong, and he's overtaking now in the last straight line. Can Letourmy challenge him? No, he comes in second, and Ben Schmidt wins in 1:55.73. Unofficial, always waiting for confirmation. The first time that is shown needs to be corrected, and luckily today it's most of the time going down. So 1:55.71, Letourmy 1:56.09, and Saman could keep third position 1:56.45, and a season's best for Van den Busche 1:56.78. And a very, very international field coming up here in the fourth heat. Again from Luxembourg, Louis Petersen. From the USA, Janelle Joe. From Qatar, Ahmed Ibrahim. Nassim Lakhar, also from Qatar. Very young athletes, under 18 and under 16. Again from Qatar, Ali Daouk. So those three, you will see them running in the blue shirts from Qatar. And Olivier Robriquet from France, Arnaud van Beckbergen, Mathis Vas Carondo, Van Herwegen, and Quinten Lokkeveer, who is going to do the pacemaking. And as I was at the World Continental Challenger Tour last week in Huizinge, some athletes from Qatar were racing there as well and showed some very strong performances. So let's see if their younger generation can show this again today. And it's from the inside lane, Louis Peters or Janelle Joe. It will be probably Janelle Joe with the Puma kit now going to the front. And he's already pushing on the pacemaker. So Lokkeveer still in control, but he gets a message that he can speed up. Janelle Joe from the USA. Janelle Joe, only one who can follow it, and there's a small gap, and then we see one of the Qataris athletes who's now accelerating and trying to close that gap together with Olivier Robriquet. But it is from the USA, Janelle Joe, looking very strong. And now has to push for that last straight leg. The Frenchman Robriquet has something left in the tank and will now challenge him. He'll challenge him in the last straight line, and then we see a big sprint from the other Frenchman coming from behind. And then it will be on the line, and we will need to wait for the photo finish to see who won, but 1:52.20, and that's a big performance. That's a big improvement for the Frenchman on his PB. Robriquet 1:52.19 just came second behind Joe, and he improves himself. A lot of guys improve themselves because we see a lot of celebrations on the site. As you can see, PB, PB, PB. So very good running, good pacemaking as well from Lokkeveer. PB voor van Beckbergen, 1:53.68. Very successful 800 meters so far. Moving on to heat 5. Wonne Dalcourt, Matteo Sieur. Then for France we have some athletes: Thomas Delestrie, Damien Mandar, Victor Gervais, Paul Royer, Benjamin Delecluse, Jorik Epalandika. Then for Greece, Klanti Bekiri. For Belgium, Romain Poblom, Lucas Demarais, Kenzo van der Straten. And also for France, Romaric Larue and Simon Verstavel will do the pacemaking in this 5th heat. Fifth heat with a lot of French athletes involved here. Benjamin Delecluse. Delecluse now behind the pacemaker. Together with Romain Poblom. And now in front. And he's chased down by, hard to see, Benjamin Delecluse. I think. Couldn't see the bib clearly. And it is Paul Rouillet. Rouillet now in the lead, but then there will be a sprint for that 2nd place. But Rouillet, he wins. He wins this 5th heat. And then we see it's not faster than the previous one. So that means very strong racing in heat 5. And of course decent performances. Royer 1:52.96. And then a personal best for Poblom 1:53.39. Larue also good for a PB. And then it's getting interesting in this last heat with some faster gentlemen lining up. Within this heat, Fabrice Reland from Luxembourg. He's the indoor national champion over 400 meters. So we'll expect him to be in the front in the first part. So ball Gunzinski for France, Lilian Scotté, Benoit Mollet. And for Germany, Hauke Trost. From Luxembourg, Fabrice Reiland. Joseph Kuchner for France. Ruben Cornelius, Pieter Klaus, Casper Lievens, Wout de Wagenaar for Belgium. Niklas Hersi for Germany. And Simon Decamp for France. And then we see The athlete from Luxembourg already in the front pack. Niklas Hersi from Germany stationed there as well.
Spurs van Hoek bij de junioren, de 4 meter. Ze slaan een vierde stelling. Haast die fiets naar voren.
And a very fast pacing going into that second heat, so into that second lap. And then we see Niklas Hersi now taking over the pacemaker. And Cornelius, Ruben Cornelius, he looks strong. Because he's the only one that can follow on Joseph Kuchner, I think, is in the lead, together with Cornelius. And then it's Cornelius or Kuchner. But at Belgium soil, it is Cornelius who wins. And that's a very good time of 1:49.42 unofficial. First sub 1:5 for Cornelius. Season's best 1:49.39. A PB for Casper Lievens 1:51.29. Cornelius was second at the Flemish Indoor Championships 800 meters. So now proving himself into growing shape, working towards the national championships coming up beginning of next month. And then we get the fastest man coming up. As you could see in the screen, a lot of PBs and season's bests. So let's see what happens in this last heat with Lennart van Dijk. He's selected for the Youth Olympic Festival that will take place from 20 to 26th of July in Skopje. And a very young athlete here able to show his potential in this international heat together with Jeremy Gaspin from France in lane 1. Then we have from Sweden Jakob Zal. We have from Hong Kong and China Khan Mohammed Kamran. And further in this heat we have from Argentina Estanislao Mendivil, from Greece Georgios Matsaridis, then Guire Hassan, Thea Chebus from the Netherlands, Felix Winman from Germany, Conte Christina from France, and Adam Bougma for Belgium. August van der Weijer, he will do the pacemaking. From Argentina, Mendivil, and then some other exotics in this heat. With Hassan, second all time in Djibouti. He already ran 1:46.54 when he was 16 years old. Who is in the lead? Thea Chebus from the Netherlands is the only one that can follow that pace. A little gap between those two. And then the rest. And the Dutchman, Chebes, looks very strong and is now overtaking Guerre Hassan and is storming to the win with very strong performance. He keeps his form very well and he will win this 800 meters in 1:49.09. Waiting for the confirmation, and that's a very solid PB for Chebes. He takes more than 1 second out of it. Second place for Guerre Hassan, just below that sub 50. And then we can see that Ruben Cornelius from this previous heat is the best Belgium competitor in the pre-program 800 meters with a sub 150. Also Van Dijk looking very good with a small PB, and that's a very good sign for him with that Youth Olympic Festival that will come up in a little bit more than a week. So all the best for him, and very curious what he can do in his first international field. But today was a good practice. And then we get the heats of the ladies. There we will have 4 heats. In the first heat for France, Maëve Larocque, Chloé Dumortier, Julie Bonardi, Chloé Gaudry, Eloïse Watts, Anaël Dessert. And for Belgium, Maëna Limelet, Noor Segers, Ibditsman Taha, Lise Endels, Zeli Puliski, Femke Izeen. And there was a very smooth transition from the men's racing over to the women's racing again. And it's Noor Segers. She's taking the lead with Ibsiman Taha behind her, and then we see some of the athletes stepping out, grabbing to the hamstring. Better safe than sorry, I hope. Maybe just a cramp, but we will focus on the ones who are still in race. Noor Segers now in second position. Noor Segers. And then they have a gap with the two of them. Lise Endels in the front with Noor Segers, and then from Julie Bonardi. She races them down now. She closes that gap, and then we will see the final acceleration. 150 to go. Coming off that bend now. But Endels looks strong, and she can keep them off. Noor Segers still in second position. And then Bonardi, she gave a little bit too much to close that gap, so not enough in the tank to overtake them in the sprint. But a win for Lise Endels and a second place for Noor Segers. And then they both will be closer. They are PBs. And as you can see, a lot of personal bests or season's bests for the majority of this first heat. So the pre-program of this international meet providing again a very good opportunity to race against peers and international, which provides a lot of PBs. In heat 2, again a mix of French and Belgium athletes. For France we have Charlie Lejeune, Bayard van Tien, Maëlys Bricourt en Luna Verkleyen. From Belgium side there is Amber Dawent, Anna Serjugina, Caroline Papi, Dina van Loon, Kantinka Basleer, Estelle Timmerman, Eva Potts and Lynn Dozinel, who has the pacemaking job to do. Or no pacemaking, I think she's just competitive, and no pacemakers in this heat so far. Katinka Basleer in the front with Bayard van Tien and Maëlys Bricourt behind her. Basleer now going for a run by herself. She was a very good middle distance runner a couple of years ago, and then didn't compete for a while, couple of years, and now she's finding herself again racing over 800, 1500, and I think even a 3K she did as well. Did some cross country, and she's enjoying herself again. And yes, you can see the talent she had when she was younger is still there. She's now expanding her lead, and she's showing a very good performance here in this second heat. 800 meters to 16:79 is her entry, and she has a PB that lost from 2016 of 2:15:36. So let's see if she can come close to the best she's ever been, or at least improve on her season's best of 2:16:79. Obviously not ideal for her, as she had to do the pacemaking all her stuff, and she runs a PB of 2:14:71. So we can say Katinka Basleer, she's back on track, and I wouldn't be surprised if she was in a good place when we hit to nationals in a couple of weeks, where she still needs to decide if she want to do the 1500 or the 800 meters, but this looked very good, so put her in a competitive heat now, and I think we can see more from her. Also a PB for Van Loon. She saw how it needs to be done. And then Bricourt, first French in 2:19:02. And then we're already over to the third heat. One more after this. With for Cyprus, Maria Nicolaou. For France, Najwa Mandour. Marie-Alix Bonassi. For Belgium, she's a very young athlete. She was second at the under 16 championships this indoor season. Camille Foilois. Flore de Schepper, again from Cyprus. Papadovasilaki. And then we have Elise Plating for Belgium. 2 for France, Manon Mailleux and Yves Lefel. For Belgium again, Ocean Kaousi Aka and Aurore Gillet with Hege Michiels, who already run a 400 meters. She will pace these ladies in this third heat. Those two athletes from Cyprus. One was first at the national under 20 championships in 24, and then she moved to the USA to be a contender in the NCAA circuit, and at the European Championships for countries, she ran the 1500 meters for Cyprus. The other athlete for Cyprus, Papadovasilaki, she was second at the under 20 championships this year. She's 1 year younger. So some good youngsters in this third heat. Hege Michiels. And 65 seconds at the bell. And then we see someone again dropping out, but a very clear lead. Alfamano Mayu. And now the action from Elise Pleting from Duffel for Belgium. She's overtaking her now, going into that lead. With Camille Foilio in second position, but for Duffel, Elise Pleting, under 18, showing very strong legs here. She's the national under 16 champion from 2024, and she's now running a very, very decent time of 2:11:08, and with that she will take more than 2 seconds out of her personal best. So she timed her attack perfectly, overtook the French, and won this third heat in a big 2:11:05, more than 2 seconds on her previous PB. 2:14:04 for the athlete from Cyprus. Nicolaou Bonassi, the other youngster, under 16 athletes, improving to 2:16:44. So very nice running in this third heat. Again, some PBs and some very decent performances before we go see that last heat in the pre-program. 800 meters, or second last. My apologies, there's one more after. This is heat 4 and we have 5. So in this fourth heat, Amal Aroumi from Kuwait. Then for Belgium, Joni Nuts and Birgit van Bokstael. For France, Tessie Dolay. For Germany, Nike Dengelmeier. And then from Spain, Atienza Rupol. For Germany, Caroline Botte. For France, Margot De Vigne and Juliette Baert. Noora van der Kerkhoven and Fiona Bruno for Belgium, and Jitse Steemans, who run a 400 meter PB, will do the pacemaking in this fourth heat. And then it's the German Nike Dengelmeier, who's taking place behind Steemans. Caroline Botte, the other German, in second position. So they are finding each other in this heat. Birgit van Bokstael, second at the Flemish Championships on the 1500 meters. And that is a 36 years old mom of 2 teenagers. So showing that a lot is possible and age doesn't really matter. Still the German in position 1. Pacemaker is done, and now she needs to take care of it herself. Dagelmeier looking strong. Juliette Bart now coming on for that second place, tries to close that gap, but she has some meters. So the win will be for Dagelmeier, and can keep Bart the rest of the pack off and stay in that second position. It's gonna be a tough cookie as the rest of the pack is sprinting now. Van Boxtel coming strong at the end, but the win is easily for the German. Dagelmeier in a 2:09.94, and that's a lot better than her entry time of 2:10.46. So she will be pleased with that, and knowing she's able to even go into a higher competitive field. Back to 11:98, already 2 seconds behind Dagelmeier. So Dagelmeier maybe belonged more in the heat that will come up now. In that heat we find for Spain Gallego Sotelo, Laura Henneron for France, Rosa Twyford from New Zealand, Marine Joblin for Belgium, Berit Meus and Sarah Schmidt for Germany, Berit Roos for the Netherlands, Berit Roos the 7th at the National Outdoor Championships in the Netherlands, good under 23 athlete, Xenia Krebs for Germany, Nadja Rugland for Sweden, and Michel de Bal, the home athlete for Belgium, representing in this fastest pre-program heat. And then again for Sweden, Josephine Heyer with Hanne Verreke in the outside lane as the pacemaker. Michel de Bal, third at the Flemish Outdoor Championships this year. And then for France, Henneron, fourth at the Under 18 National Championships. So some good national athletes in competition with each other here in Kortrijk today at the World Bronze Meet. Nadja Rugland for Sweden. With Brit Roos, who's moving up in the front scenes as well. But it is Rugland who's putting pressure on the pacemaker. And they're gonna come across. And 62-63. Pacemaker is loose, so now it's Sweden, Nadja Rugland and Brit Roos in the front scenes. And then there's a gap with the rest of the pack. With Berit Meus, she's in there as well. Berit Meus, and on her shoulder, hard to see what the bib is, but Xenia Krebs, I think, the other German. And then will be concluded by a sprint in the last 100 meters. but we see that Nadja Rugland is very strong, and she's able to keep that performance alive, and she wins in a time of 2:07.60. Coming in second, Xenia Krebs from Germany. 2:07.60. Or corrected, 2:07.58. With a win for Moose and not for Sweden, my bad. Krebs season's best, Twyford season's best, and again my apologies. The bib of Rugland and Moose was close to each other, so overlooked it. But the two Germans in 1 and 2, and Rugland coming in 5th position with 6 ladies under 2:10, and Schmidt in 7th position with a PB of 2:10.69. And that was it for the 800 meters in the pre-program. So first up will be some faster work, because we will heat over to the 200 meter heats. Men will run 7 heats and women will run 5 heats. After that we get the heats of the hurdles, and there is a possibility to qualify again for the main program. So the hurdles, we do heats in the pre-program, finals in the main program. The rest of the events has an international field that we only will see in the main program. So that's the only difference between the hurdles and the rest of the events. And then in the main program we also get a high jump competition, women's high jump competition, a men's long jump competition, and also a women's long jump competition. So that will be the first event to start at 6:30 as an international event, followed by the 100 meters. But now next up, some heats over 200 meters, starting with the man.
Ja, de piste vrijmaken. Wil je reageren op de piste zoeken? We want de track completing and peak so that the 200 meters.
Deze is de laatste. Dus die moet helemaal in baan achter. En die moet hier langs leggen gewoon.
Non sportivo del Moore Guldensporenmeeting, we moesten in de Atlantische baan 3, die hebben jullie gekocht bij de Nederlandse baan 4, Medi Gannan voor op DB5, Maxence Bukke, Lafrance Coulon 6, Bas van der Pijpen houdt op de 7.
Deze is wat ik kan trekken bij het bankje.
And then we are moving on to the 200 meters in the first heat. In lane 2, Nicolas Spiegeleer. In lane 3, Arno Vermoesen. Pierluigi Bomberg in 4 for Netherlands. In 5, Mehdi Ganan. In 6 again for France, Maxence Bocquet. Wout van der Pijpen in 7. And Thibaut Denis in lane 8. With a good start from Maxence Bocquet. For France, coming off that bend in 6 very strongly. And then the Blade Runner from the Netherlands, Pierluigi Bomberg, in the mix with those other guys. Always cool to see how they manage to run with their extension that's a bit different from a normal leg, obviously. And then personal best for Wout van der Pijpen with a win in his 200 meter heat. Win was plus 0.7. PB as well for Mehdi Ganan. And then a PB for the Dutch of 23:46. And the Dutch athlete is improving himself a lot this season because he opened with 24:13 and only went faster after and even more PBs in that first heat. But now in the second heat, Notenbaert in lane 2, in 3, Emile Dieussaert, in 4, Van Nieuwenhoven, in 5, Thiago Deki, in 6, Paulin Havi from France, Eliane Mignot in 7, and for France again, Bastien Koch. A lot of those guys already run 100 meters, some of them more successful than others. The wind was not always much in their advantage, but now in this second heat, Paulin Havi, but then it's Van Nieuwenhoven. Van Nieuwenhoven, who already ran 400 meters earlier today, now did 200 meters as well. Season's best of 22:73. Before Dieussaert, who PB'd with a sub 23, and a PB for Notenbaert of 23:08. And for the Frenchman, Koch, personal best as well. Next heat, Abubakar Doumbouya in lane 2, Dries Vergalen in 3, Mike Masaka in 4, Matteo Bos in 5, Guillaume Dominé in 6, Arthur Tarwe in 7, in 8, Kenny Velder Biala. Most of them, as I said already, run that 100 meter. It's a usual combination of doing the 1 and the 2. Waiting for that start of the third heat. So 7 heats total. Lining up. Wind looking a bit stronger at the moment, so let's see how that plays out for this third heat. Good start from Dominé from lane 6, and then also Dries Vergalen. Looked good. And then it's mainly Dominé who's looking strong. Matteo Bos. Matteo Bos going sub 22. And that's a PB for him. Coming from 22.50. That's a very big run, and then we need to check what the wind is saying. Plus 1.6. So maybe somewhere unlucky in the 100 meters, but turns out great for them because everybody ran a PB or a season's best in this heat. So a very good race here for all of them. And a first sub 22 seconds for Matteo Bos, and that's a big one. In the next heat, Warmup in lane 2, in lane 3 Davide Petrella, in 4 Jordi van Lierde, Wout Leijselen in 5, Milan van de Walle in 6, and Gilles Planchon 7, and in 8 Bastien Varé for France. Planchon was 7th at the under 20 championships on the 100 meters last year, and he was 2nd at the 60 meter indoor under 20 championships. So that's a good youngster running in lane 7. Petrella 11.25 in the 100 meter heats. Jordi van Lierde 22.16 entry time. Wout Leijselen, also interesting to see what he can do. Ran a very good indoor season. So after a final at the indoor season and a 4th place on the 200 meters, see if we can do more here today. And then it's Jordi van Lierde who won this heat. 22.00. That will be a PB for him. And then there's gonna be some more PBs, sub 22 as well. Very nice running Leisela, running 22.15. So also PB for him. Same for De Pauw. Same for Petrella. So very successful 200 meters. Consecutive here. Heat after heat. Wind in this one was plus 0.7. So don't have to worry about that as well. And then from next heat on, it's starting to get really interesting. Van Langenhoven in lane 2 and Ken Leunissen in lane 3 for the Netherlands. In 4, Jaden Martinborg for the Netherlands. In 4, Shoremo Bito for Curaçao in 5, Wolf Belien in 6, Joran de Schepper in 7, and Flavien Fluke for France in 8. Schepper been running very fast in the past and working on his way back. So see where he will finish today. Wolf Belien with a PB of 21.67. Only just went below 22, so we'll try to improve on that. And then it's gonna be the same team for all of these guys, finding at least a sub 22, and they rather will see a little bit more, or we have to say a little bit less. The Schepper with a 21.35 PB from lane 7. What is he able to run today? And then we get a false start, and that's our second false start of the day. And I haven't seen who pulled this false start. And now we see the jury sprinting to the other jury, waiting for confirmation about that false start. Billion walking around very nervously, so I hope it will not be the case for him. Struggled with false starts in the indoor season a couple of times and then went for a big discussion. So yeah, I know we get a false start for Shoremo Bito. No, not Shoremo, it's from lane 4, Jaden Martinborg from the Netherlands. That's too bad, because he was doing well in the 100 meters. One of the faster under 18 athletes in the Netherlands, and now not having a chance for that 200 meters. That's a shame. But that's of course also part of the game. heat 5. Good start for Billion. Already closer to the Schepper. Also from the inside lanes. Leunissen. But then it's Emily Shuremi Bito. Bito challenging Belin. Bito now the strongest, coming near the end. And he wins in a 21.70. Waiting for the correction, of course. But unofficial 21.70. 21.68. And that's a PB for Bito. Season's best for Leunissen. And Belin, season's best for him, 21.89. After his 10.89. A PB for Van Langenhoven and for the Frenchman Flavien Pluke. So successful running again. Moving to the second last heat pre-program with in lane 1 Niels Romswinkel, in 2 Rafael Capenda, in 3 Jasper Anes. Then for Cyprus in 4 Paisios Demetriades, in 5 Stravos Avgustinu, in 6 Jamie Omala, Kobe Plasgaard in 7 and Luca Laurent in 8. And what can we say about those men? Well, Avgustino from Cyprus, he's a 6-time national champion. He has a PB of 21.15. So let's see if he can come closer to that time. Kobe Plasgaard multiple times in a 200 meter final at Nationals or Flemish Championships. Same for Jasper Anes. Anes did better in the 100 than Plasgaard did. Let's see if it's the other way around now. Also from the outside lane, Luca Laurent. He's a very good 400 meter runner, but today he's trying to squeeze out some more and taking the 200 as well. International Jamie Omala, a brother of Eugene Omala, ran in the NCAA last year and now taking on European circuit. And Omala, very good start already, pushing on Plasgaard. And it's Omala with the guys from Cyprus. Omala with the guys from Cyprus, and then it's gonna be Avgustino who wins. 6 times national champion in Cyprus. Season's best not too far out of his PB of 21.15, so he's gonna be pleased. And then the other guy from Cyprus, the Demetriades, 21.29, season's best. Omala also season's best. So that was a solid race again. The PB for Niels Romswinkel, 21.36. And that's really solid. Luca Laurent still could find some fast legs, 21.56. And then Niels Romswinkel with that time, he proves himself to be one of the better under 23 athletes. He improves his PB with 4/10. And already showed a very strong 400 meter this season, so from a Belgian perspective, definitely one to watch in the coming years. And then we will conclude 200 meters men pre-program with the fastest heat coming up in lane 1, Aldrich Jack from Curaçao. For Dominican Republic, Joan Santos in 2, Malte Stangenberg from Germany in 3, Jehan Aniket for France in for the man who did a false start in the 100 meter heats will have his rematch now. Then for Germany, Boateng Mireku, fastest from the pre-program 100 meters, or one of the fastest from some heats. Then Jonas de Smet in lane 6. The 400 meter specialist Niels Kerkhoffs after a PB of 10:52 in the 100 meters. Can he do this again over the 2? And then from the Netherlands, Joshua Rivière in lane 8. Santos 21-2 in 2022 400 meter hurdles at the World Champs, and 6th in the finals of the World Champs in London back in 2017. Rivière from the Netherlands, he won silver with the under 20 4x1 European Championships. So this is a highly competitive field with Mireku, who had a good start. And then the win for Jehan Anisen, and yeah, we see that he used that anger from that false start to run towards a time of 20:81. Rivière, yeah, he improves himself. 5th at the all-times under 20 list in the Netherlands after a very strong run. So not sure what about under 20 or under 23 qualifications, but that looks like a promising Netherlands sprinter coming up in the next years. And at 21:12 for Boateng Mireku, very good as well. Jonas de Smet, he runs to a PB 21:29. And Johan dos Santos was good for a PB, a season's best as well, from 21:28. So we remember the 2081 from this pre-program, and 5th all-time ranking for Joshua Rivière from the Netherlands, as we will later see in the main program. Even faster guys lining up for the 200 meters. But for now, we move on to the ladies, where we have 5 heats of racing again. In the first heat for Germany, under 18 athlete Jule Babel. For Belgium, under 18 athlete Leanne Lefebvre in lane 3. In 4 under 20 Anouk de Wolf. In 5 Amélie Buck. Then we have Anne Ramon Kool in lane 6. Léa Lijoa in lane 7 under 18 as well. And then Alice Denry for France, who ran a very good 100 meters in that first heat because she didn't have an entry time. She's running in the outside lane as an under 16 athlete, so very young field here. Curious what Derry in the outside lane can do. I think she will storm off, and the rest maybe won't see her again. Running blind. But she looks very strong over that 100 meters and now doing it again. And then it is Alice Denry. She runs to 26:26. An official, Anna Ramon Kool, came in second place. It's a PB for Amélie Buck. She came in second place, just over to Kool. Anouk de Nolf, season's best. And another PB for Clea Liégeois. So we continue with those good 200 meters. In the second heat, in lane 2, Audrey van der Hagen. And for France in free, Emma Minjo. Zita de Wilde, who did a good 100 meters effort in lane 4. Next to her, Renske van den Nabil, the youngest athlete in this field. Lane 5, Ornelia Niani, who ran a PB in the 100 meter heats. She will run in lane 6. Emma Brioy in 7, and Jessica van der Stene, the master in this field, in the outside lane. Second heat, and the ladies are off. Ornelia Niani showing she's in good shape today. Coming off that bend in the leader's position, Renske van den Nabil now showing strong legs as well, but it's Zita de Wilde. And so we see that a good 100 meters mostly represents afterwards a good 200 meters as well, because it's those two same ladies who did a good 100 meters that now came off fast on those 200 meters. De Wilde just outside her PB. De Wilde still very young. She ran her PB, but she maybe hoped to go under that 26 barrier. And then heat 3 with in lane 3 Yalika Baji. Baji already on the 400 meters, so also for her a big training day, doing 2 events. And next to her in lane 4 Amélie Sonneville, sister of the fastest under 20 athlete at this moment in Belgium, Camille Sonneville. So let's see how much fast switch fibers that Amélie has today. Emma Surone, she's unstoppable. She already ran the 400 meters, and I think that's her. And now she's here again for the 200 meters. No, I'm wrong. It was another Finnish athlete. She already won the 100 meters and now taking on that 200 meters. But maybe she's unstoppable. In lane 6 we have for France Caroline Bissiot, Charlotte Kinable in lane 7, and Lieke van Moorem in lane 8. Go running from the inside, Baji. And then in the outside lane the same. So inside and outside going strong. But also Amélie Sonneville. Sonneville now in competition with Baji. And then it's gonna be tied on the line with Van Moorem, Sonneville and Baji. (25:44). But the wind is plus 2.1, so nothing, no of this timing can count as a legal PB, unfortunate. Same was for the previous heat. Too much wind there. And then moving on to that fourth heat. Within lane 2, Katiwa Amatul. In lane 3, Anushka Kadiambra. She was the fastest in the pre-program, 100 meters. So let's see what she can do over 200 meters. One is her strongest event, but with some good legs, anything can happen. Next to her, the sisters again, Luca Hevert and Nona Hevert. And then Lore Bone has good memories about this track because she became Flemish champion 1 year ago at this track. And then it's been a while since she was racing, as she's struggling with her foot. But she had to be her again, as she found her best legs 1 year ago. So let's see what she can do with next to her the two French, Mélie Delcambre and Laura Feringa. Good start for Nona Hevert, Luca Hevert. But Anushka Kadiamba, she's flying now. And she's putting pressure on Luca Hevert. Hevert, her strongest event is the 200 meters. But Kadiamba is unstoppable today and she wins. She wins in a 24:25. And she's got to be very... She wins in a 24:25. And she's gonna be very pleased with that because there's she can do over 100. But today she showed she improved herself and she stepped up to another level, winning her heat now with 24:23. And that's a PB for her. And that's almost half a second PB for Anushka Kadiamba. Also 2 PBs for the French girls from the outside lanes, Amatul and Feringa. And then we will get that last 200 meter pre-program heat with Milja Turesson from Finland. And then I was referring to Milja Turesson because she already won the 400 meter in the pre-program. She came third on the 100 meters and now she's even taking on the 200 meters. So it's Samia Bendif from France in 4, Jordine Blake from New Zealand in 5, Ilana Hansens in 6, Lotte de Voer in 7, Madison Coates from Australia in 8. Ilana Hansens made her first international or at least senior appearance with the 4x4 at the World Relays, where she did a very good job and then run towards the sub 53 on 400 meters. The shorter distances have always been a struggle for Hansens because she's more keen to go towards the 800 meters. So very curious how she can do today over the 200 meters, as her average level improved a lot. Next to her, Lotte de Voer, multiple times in championships finals, in Belgium championships finals. So she knows how to do that 200 meters. Roelofs from the Netherlands already did a good 100 meters. And then the win is in 23:83. was hard to see, but it goes to Bandif. And then you have, what can I say, Tureson coming in second again in this 200 meters after that one, and after that 400 meters already. She's on a roll today. And I see a very strong performance for Hansens as well, 24:15. So she's proving that she's stepping up onto a new level as well, and she can do it over the shorter distances with this very solid 24:15. Still as a 400 meter hurdle specialist. And with that, we conclude this 200 meters in the pre-program. And the next event will be the hurdles, the hurdle qualifications, because the men and the women have heats and then can qualify for the final that will take place later in the main program. So that will be set up shortly.
Op amper enkele centimeter van het nationaal record van Daphne Schippers. 6,78 meter bedraagt dat in 2014. Mark de Koa met Burkina Faso is nationaal recordhouder van haar land. Met 6,94 meter. 2 jaar geleden zevende op het wereldkampioenschap. En gewezen zevenkampster. Tweede op de Universiade 2019. Angelica Birico is de Franse indoorkampioen. En dan hebben we Bissimo, de zilveren medaillewinnares van het beloftekampioenschap van Frankrijk van vorig jaar. Dangelmaier was dit jaar bronzen medaillewinnares bij de belofte in Duitsland. Lauren Callaghan is de Ierse nationale indoorkampioen. Maaike Beenhaar was al 3 keer nationaal indoorkampioen. Sarah Buggy, 9 keer nationaal indoorkampioen hinkstap en 9 keer outdoor kampioen hinkstap van Nederland. Anne Mauders is de Vlaanders Cup recordhoudster van de valatleten met 6,48 meter gesprongen in Oorlog in 2018. En ze is van 16,5 de vierde Belgische afleiding. 15 Nederland is nationaal invoer en outdoorkampioen in hinkstap. De Roos was de tweede in 2024 bij de Spurs in Duitsland met hinkstapspringen. En ze was erbij op het Europees scholierkampioenschap vorig jaar. En dan die Lucia Azita uit Argentinië, dat is de tweede van het nationale kampioenschap zevenkamp van dit jaar in Argentinië. Dus een heel hoog start, heel ingesteld. Even meegeven, het Vlaams Cuprecord is 6,70 meter. Staat op 2 namen. Victoria Rivalko uit Oekraïne en Brittany Rees uit de Verenigde Staten. Voor de Hottema ligt weliswaar 6,76 meter al gesprongen in Kortrijk. Maar dat was het jaar dat deze wedstrijd niet deel uitmaakte van de Vlaanderen. Enerzijds de niet-Europese kampioenschap rechtstreeks 6,86 meter. Anderzijds dat Vlaamse record van 6,70 meter en het Nederlandse recordkampioenschap van 6,78 meter. Hottema in elk geval is sinds 2 jaar ongeslagen op het Nederlandse kampioenschap. En was onze zevende even een oproep. Een van de Nederlandse toeschouwers is tot de constatering gekomen dat zijn autobatterij leeg is. Als u iemand is met startkabels die nog kan helpen, kunt u zich dan naar het secretariaat begeven, want daar staat de heer met de platte batterij te wachten tot iemand hem kan helpen. Bedankt. gaat naar de ringsup van de 100 meter voor de heren. Wie is het? Probablement pas de Vincent Vernet, car il n'a pas passé la chambre d'appel. Vincent Vernet, ancien affilié au club de Waxa, n'a pas passé la chambre d'appel. S'il veut participer au 100 mètres haies, il doit absolument passer la chambre d'appel. En na 4 goed start Nederland, de hele goede training aanduiden, want die nieuwe aantal keer en die nieuwe internationale kampioenschap, daar is het 7 keer op de Nederlands kampioen, halve finalist het wereldkampioenschap indoor, finalist het Europese wereldkampioenschap, 36 als de beste staat daarin en top 10 van maar Soker is start met aan 5. Vooral de grens van de 100 meter. En het main 6 voor Cyprus in the first heat of the 150 meters. Konstantinos Tsiakoulis.
And then you already get some live footage from the warm-up in the long jump pit, as we will have a very interesting field that will compete there and start their competition. And 15 minutes, but meanwhile we're waiting to run the 110 meter hurdles. And so as said before, there will be heats and then there will be a final that comes on later. And then my apologies, but the first heat of the hurdles is already run, but there are some troubles with the camera, so that's why it was not shown. But I will give you the results. Richie Mullen from the UK, he ran 13:78 as the season's best. And that's before Koen Smet from the Netherlands, 13:79. With Xia Kouris from Cyprus with 14:05.
Het nationaal record van Algerije in baan 2, Atletiek Kortrijk. Dan is Chile in baan 3, Martin Sainz in Santa Maria. Ook al nationaal record van Chile met 13:40. En wereldkampioen van wereldkampioenschap in vorig jaar. En Alonso
And then the second heat is waiting with Amin Bouanani from Algeria. We have from Chile the national record holder. He went to the South American Championships and he was a contender at the World Indoor Championships and ran at the Olympics. Next to him, Eli Bakari, our number 3 on the all-time ranking, and his last race before going into European Under-23 Championships. Bakari already been racing very strongly in the last indoor season and made very good progress. Has a PB now at 13:34. Also ran the finals at the European Championships last year. Went to the Olympic Games. Next to him, Job Geerts from the Netherlands. Geerts with a PB of 13:51. He ran at the World Indoor Championships last year, was a semi-finalist, ran at the European Outdoor Championships, and he's the indoor champion over 60-meter hurdles from 2023 and 2025. He's 7th on the all-time list in the Netherlands. Next to them from Australia, Mitchell Lightfoot. Lightfoot, 13:53, Australian champion, 4th at the under 20 World Champs, and he won gold at the Pacific Games in 2023, 6th at the Australian all-time list. In the outside lane for the Netherlands again, Timo Koster. Koster with a semi-final at the Europeans in Brum last year, and 11 at the all-time list. So again, we will get most of them later again in that main program, and as there is just 9 athletes who are racing the heats, we will just miss out on one of them to race again. So Bouanani in lane 2 from Algeria. 13:37 as a PB. He was a participant at the Olympic Games and won a silver at the African Games and African Championships. So good competition for Eli Bakari. And then I know that the camera is not showing the greatest view on this hurdle heat, but we can see that Bakari is running a clean race so far. So from the outside lane, Timo Koster is doing well, and a bit sloppy in the end. A bit sloppy from Bakari, probably knowing that he needs to do it again later on, and this is just a warm-up run. Bouanani, who wins it in 13:59. 13:65 for Koster. Bakari 13:66. But we see all those guys again, and then it will be from Chile, Sáenz de Santa Maria, who will lose his spot in the final. But hopefully faster racing in the main program later on, and this just as a warm-up. We'll see the same happening for the ladies soon. with 3 heats who are more stacked. The competition will be on, and a qualification for the final will not go that easily.
Eerste van 3 reeksen, 100 meter worpen bij de dames. Het Camilla Luciana Zita, de meerkapster met een Paralympisch duo aan vechtingvoering op baan 3. De toekomst van een assistente op baan 3. Victoria Müller, Duitsland. In 4 in 100 meter rondlauf. Zita Steens van Hammer, die loopt in baan 5. Marlene Kos uit Argentinië in baan 6. Roveri van de reeks 7 en Miranda Recalde Argentinië in baan 8. landelijk record. De meeste anderen staan op het landelijk record voor de internationals. Scherper dan dat van de vrouwen, maar ook die voor de vrouwen en de hoogte voor de vrouwen. Dat is nu de Sarah's.
And then we will see our first heat of the women's racing over the 100-meter hurdles within lane 1 for Argentina. Camila Luciana Zita, Lotte Phillips in lane 3. Victoria Müller from Germany in 4. Zita Steels in 5. Marlene Kos for Argentina in 6. Zina Lovery in 7. Miranda Recalde in 8 from Argentina. A good start in the inside lanes. Having a problem with the other camera, so we can only see it from this view. Zita Steels doing a good race, coming in second, looks like. We'll have to wait a moment and get confirmation. Victoria Müller, she won in 13:95. Marlene Kos in second place. Season's best for all the Argentinian athletes in this first heat. And so we will see 8 qualifiers that can run again later this evening. With so far Victoria Müller 13:95. That will maybe be enough, but I'm doubting it when I'm looking into the next lineups. Meanwhile, can give you a little bit of introduction for the long jump already. We have 13 contenders in that long jump competition with Pauline Hondema, the world record holder. No, sorry, that's the other Dutch girl. That's not her. Pauline Hondema, the best Dutch in the long jump, and she jumped towards her PB of 6:76, which is second all time in the Netherlands. Here in Kortrijk 2 years ago. She was 7th at the European Indoor Championships, and she's undefeated in the Netherlands since 2023. But first, some hurdle racing before we take off that long jump competition. Within this second heat, it's getting interesting. In lane 1, Catalina Roses for Chile. In lane 2, Lores Bouwens. In lane 3 for Switzerland, Linda Bischel. In lane 4, Amber van den Bos. In 5, Angel Aguazi. In 6, Abigail Ajay
For Germany, Luca Dont in lane 7 and Marina Lamata in 8. Rosas for Chile at the World Under 20 4x1 Championships. She won there in the team and she competed over the hurdles. But now more lately, Van den Bos, who's been running very strongly. And she's going shoulder on shoulder with Aguazi. And then it's Aguazi who takes this one, 13:49. Important with eye of qualification to run again later. Aguazi 13:48, Van den Bos 13:56. And then looks like the wind was very strongly, so no official times over this second heat, but that's not really important because we need to look for qualification times, and that will be top 8 after the third heat. And then we're going to start with that long jump competition. So very interesting field, 13 contenders. With I'm going to give you a fast summary. So for Great Britain, Shaw Clifford. For Argentina, Camila de Siena Zita. Nora de Bruycker for Belgium. Linda Bichel for Switzerland. Kalinisha Leerdam for the Netherlands, Hanne Maudens for Belgium, Sarah Buggy for Ireland, Maite Bernhard for Belgium, Annie Dagelmeier for Germany, Rogilia Bissemo for France, Angelica Berio for France, Marta Koala for Burkina Faso, an international name, and then Pauline Hondema, as I said, the best Dutch long jumper from the last years. That last heat of the 100-meter hurdles will come up now. Expecting the fastest times to be run there, but most important, qualification to get in that main program and fight for the podium in this heat. For India in lane 1, Momita Mondal. She comes from heptathlon and she was a very good long jumper as well. Michelle Jenneke, that's a big name. She went to the Olympics in 2016, in 2024. She went to the World Championships in 17, 19, 22 and 23, and she ran indoor competitions, World Indoor Championships in 2016, 2018 and 2024. She has a PB of 12:65, so what can Michelle Jenneke do against Emma Newfor from Great Britain, against Janla Njip Niemek, the national record holder, together with Anzagri for Belgium. In lane 5, Anneliese Dorian for the USA. For Japan, Shishiato Kiyoyama. Steffi de Steiger in 7 and Mira Groot in 8 for the Netherlands. And a false start in this third heat. So I'm from Great Britain, Wolfor. She was a heptathlete as well, was second at the National Indoor 60-meter Hurdle Championships this year. Janla Dijip Niemek, she's running very fast in America. She ran that NCAA final. She's our national champion, and she's at this moment at world rank number 77. So trying to find a little bit more and maybe being able to qualify for that World Championships later in September. Anneliese Dorian from the USA, she was at the World Under 20 Championships last year. And then from Japan, Kiyoyama. She is fourth at the Asian Indoor Championships back in 2023. And for the Netherlands, Mira Groot, third at the National Championships in the Netherlands. So looking like a very competitive field, and obviously not to forget Steffi de Sayer, last race before she will head to the European Under 23 Championships. Her companion Noor Kukelkoren not here today as she decided to get more rest, as it will be race day very soon. Janla running very good. Niemek. But then it's very tight on the line, and it's gonna be for Michelle Janneke. 12:86. And I think that's a good time for Janneke, where she is at this point in her career. 12:83. Yeah, and then she will be pleased with that. Torian from the USA, Kiyoyama, and then Njip Niemek, 13 seconds, 0-0. So yeah, that's some good racing. And as you can see in the hot seat screen is shown who will run in the A final is the top 8, and then the other 8 will do the B final. So Angela Guazi made it into her A final, so she will be very pleased with that. That's what she's looking for recently. And then from Amber van den Bos up to Muller, that will be your B final coming later up in the main program. So long jump competition will start off as the first international event, and we will continue with the international 100 meter program that will start at 7. So gonna take a quick break to eat something, and then we'll be back soon with some details about the long jump and obviously about the 100 meter that will take place in half an hour. And in the long jump, we're already into the third round. With a second place at this moment for Angelica Berriot from France with a jump of 6:33. Now Marta Koala. Koala 7th at the World Champs back in 2023. And she was a heptathlete before. Second round jump for her. She holds the national record of Burkina Faso with 6 meters 94. Let's see, and this is a fall. A red flag goes up. So no legal attempt for Koala in the second round, sitting in third place at this moment. Leading the competition with a very strong 670 for Pauline Hondema from the Netherlands in the first round, and then red flag, so this one doesn't count. It looks like she's onto something great today. The standard for the World Champs is 6:86. So that's what Pauline Hondema will be looking for. Also, Annie Dagelmeier jumped 6:23, placing her fourth in the competition at this moment. And then we see the wind is a bit ranging between too much and legal wind. LeSean Clifford under 23 from the UK with a PB of 5:69, looking to come closer to that 6 meter barrier, but she stays in 11th position, so her competition will be concluded, and that will be it for her, as only top 8 will get 3 more jumps after this round is concluded. And then we almost move into the main program with the 100 meters coming up. The jumper from Luciana Zita. And here we have the lineup for that first heat out of 2 heats. So that means it will go fast in the first heat. In lane 1 for Belgium, Hanne Klaus. She's running a very good season, have been out of sprinting for a while, and now she's finding her better self back and improving on PBs that were standing from 2017. So she's very pleased with how everything is going, and now even making it to the international level here in this Continental Tour bronze meet. Then next to her is Louise Wieland from Germany. Wieland with a PB of 11:33, and she ran with the 4x1 team in 2023 at the World Champs. Rani Winke in lane 3, the local hero. She surprised herself last week by running 11:50, which is very close to her personal best, which stands at 11:45. She went to the Olympic Games with the 4x1 squad, and she ran with the same team at the finals at the European Championships last year. So she's looking to be amongst them again later when they go to Tokyo as a team is qualified. Then in lane 4, very big name in the athletics. It's Ayla Del Ponte. She's second on the all-time list in Switzerland with a time of 10:90. That's her PB, and she came 5th at the Tokyo Olympics since she's been struggling with injury, but now she's trying to find a way to be back at her best level, and that's with little steps at a time. Next to her, another very big sprinter is Tatiana Pinto from Germany, and she went to the Olympics in the 100 meters back in 2021 in Tokyo. She made it into the semifinals, and she also ran at the Olympics in 2012 and in 2016. So she's one of the best Germans. She's 8th at that all-time list, and we know they can run fast in Germany. Next to her, Marija van Hunesteen. Van Hunesteen is part of that 4x1 squad from the Netherlands who ran at the Olympics. She ran finals at Europeans, and she won medals at European Championships. And only 2 weeks out, she ran the national record in the 4x1 together with Lieke Klaver, Nadine Visser and Minke Bishop. So the quartet is looking very strong heading into World Champs in September. In lane 7, Lotte van Lent. Always been a very promising athlete ever since she was young, high on the all-time list in every age category. And then in the outside lane from Lithuania, Sabaita Tite. So we'll see who will be the fastest in this 100 meter in the main program. And then we saw a good start from Pinto in the middle of the field. And Del Ponte now very strong. Del Ponte overtaking Pinto, and Del Ponte wins in an 11:30. And I can already see the smile in her face. And that will be a lot better because she ran last week in Belgium as well at a challenger meet, and there she was very unsatisfied with an 11:6-ish, and now coming here with a 11:29 season's best. That's looking very good for her. Same for Pinto, 11:34, very decent. And Van Hunesteen, 11:35. Like on paper, those were the ladies to watch, but now they all were able to put down a decent race here today. And as you can see, Del Ponte and Van Hunesteen, who both train in the Netherlands. Del Ponte trains with the squad in Papendal. So that's very solid racing, improvement on a lot of seasons best. Vinke tying her season's best of 11:50. So I will see if she can do something more at the 200 meters that will come up. But with a wind of plus 1.3, that's a very good 100 meters to kick off that main program. But it's a good chance we haven't even seen the fastest ladies yet, because they are placed in this second heat. In this second heat, we find for Mexico the second on their all-time list, but a 9-time national champion, Tamayo Garza, with a personal best of 11:21. She was at the Olympics over the 1 and the 200 meters. Next to her, Tori Lewis, a very young talent from Australia. She has the national record under and the Oceania record under 20 with a time of 11:10. So she's the fastest ever in Australia, and she is here amongst us today to see if she can improve on her season's best of 11:24. She's world rank number 38, so these will be good points to reassure her from participation at World Champs individually in September. Then the fastest on paper, Camilla Rutherford from the Bahamas with a personal best of 10:96. She's only 6th in the all-time list in the Bahamas. but we know that Shawnee Miller, one of the best sprinters ever, is from the Bahamas, so that's just a standard here. Then from the Dominican Republic, Liriani Alonso. Alonso is also the national record holder for Dominican Republic. She has a 11:15 PB, and she's already twice a national champion. And then in the outside lane, maybe even more crazy, Salwa Eidneiser, the number 2 from the Olympic Games, over 400 meters, and now she's going into some discomfort, racing them over 100 meters, and then it's Alonso who looks very strong, but it will be Tori Lewis on the line with an 11:16. And then we're waiting for confirmation, but Lewis came out strong at the end, and that's only 400 shy out of her national record, 11:14. Alonso tying her at 11:14, but she wins it on the thousands. And then a third place from the Bahamas, Rutherford, 11:25 only for her, because that's already 3/10 out of her PB, which is incredibly fast. And Neiser showing that she's close to her best level in the 100 meter sprint with an 11:54. But so to say something more about Neiser, she was second at the Olympic Games over the 400 meters with a personal best 48-ish, so that's just incredible. And as I can see now, the wind was plus 2.9, so no legible times in the second heat, but a win for Tori Lewis before Lirani Alonso, and a third place for Camilla Rutherford, and a fourth place, and a very important time for Ayla Del Ponte with 11:29, official season's best for her. And then next up will be the same event, but then for the men, the 100 meter sprint in the men's international field. For Argentina in lane 2, we have Felipe Harte. And for Curaçao, Aldrich Jack in lane 3. Marvin Schulte for Germany in 4. Emil Botterman in 5 for Belgium. Tommy Tepuni from New Zealand in 6. Joshua Riviera from the Netherlands in 7, and in 8 Christian Eichen. Tepuni from New Zealand, he is second of the all-time list in New Zealand, behind Jan Walpton, with a wind at a PB of 10:34. So what can he do here today then? Joshua Riviere, very excited to see him over the 100 meters after he ran already a very fast 200 meters sub 21 time. And now he's here to defend himself over the 100 meters. He won the silver medal at the under 20 championships with the 4x1. So definitely deserve his place here. And then Emil Botterman. Botterman, one of the most talented sprinters in Belgium, but the problem is he's injured a lot of the time. But today I have a good eye on him. I think he will do something special and maybe see that at 10:3 for the first time. Next to him, Marvin Schulte. Schulte 6:62 on his 60 meters. He was 5th at the European Under 23 Championships, and he ran the 4x1 relay back at the World Champs in 2019 with in this heat also from Curaçao, Aldrich Jack and Felipe Harte. Harte from Argentina, twice national champion. But so from a Belgian perspective, very curious what Botterman can do if he runs 10:34, then he comes into top 10 all time in Belgium. And in the outside lane, we have for Great Britain, Krishan Icon with a 10:34 PB. He's a 3 times national champion indoor. He was third at the national championships indoor over the 200 meters. So again, a very competitive international field. And let's see what those gentlemen can do in a race against each other. And then a good start from Tommy de Pooney. But now very good running from Schulte and Botterman. And then Schulte just before Botterman, 10:22. Yeah, and that's gonna be really fast for Botterman as well. We will see him coming into that top 10 all-time list in Belgium. Let's see what the wind is. And as for Schulte, that's a very strong time as well. Schulte 10:29. PB for Emil Botterman 10:29. He runs 10:29, so he comes into that top 10. And then Joshua Riviera runs a 10:35. That's the national under 20 record in the Netherlands. After his fantastic 200 meters, now he does this. So after his number 5 ranking in the Netherlands, he now comes in with a national record, and the wind is legitimate. It's plus 0.9. So this racing was very good for the youngsters, Botterman and Joshua Riviera. And then I think for the 4x1 squad for Belgium, that looks very promising, that they have another contender that can make them even more stronger when we are looking forward to that World Championship that we will have in September in Tokyo. Well, we haven't even seen the fastest heat yet. Because now the real fast men are coming up, because in lane 2 for the Netherlands we find Tamir Burnett. Burnett, he is second of the all-time ranking. The national record there is 9:97 from Randy Martina, and he's the one who came closest with a 10:14. And then we have 2 really fast men from Nigeria, as you can imagine. In lane 3, Israel Ocon. He ran 10:07. But with too much wind, he already ran 9:91. He has the area under 20 record over the 60 meters with a 6:51. He's the African champ with the 4x1 team, and he was 7th at the NCAA finals. In that same NCAA circuit, we have from Ghana in lane 5, Ibrahim Fuseini with a 10:07. With a 10:03. He went to the Olympic Games. He was 4th at the African Games, and he is at the 7th place on the all-time ranking in Ghana. But then it is in lane 4, Kayinsola Ayayi from Nigeria again with a time of 9:92. He has the national record over the 60 meters with 6:48. He ran his 100-meter PB in the NCAA final, so where Israel Ocon was part of it, but he came 4th in his PB of 9:92. He was in the semifinals at the Olympic Games, and he ran the relays. Then from Oman, Al Balushi in lane 6. From India, Surinderif Singh in 7, and from South Africa, Rivaldo Roberts, all very renowned athletes racing each other over the 100 meters right now, and we know they can go fast, and so we see very fast starts from the Nigerian athletes in lane 3 and 4, and it's lane 4, it's Ayayi coming in front, and Ayayi went 10:10 is showing here. We're waiting for confirmation. The Flanders Cup record is standing at 10:07. So maybe we will see a tight 10:09. Just not a record for him, but to run this at Belgium soil, that is just really fast. And then we see our top three, as expected. Ayayi, Ocon, Husseini, Burnett coming in third. But then to remember is that from our Belgian perspective, Emil Botterman here on 10:29. And looking into this international field, that's a very big performance. So a win for Ayayi from Nigeria, with Ocon in second, and Ibrahim Fuseini from Ghana in third position. And that was our sprinting event in the international program, so very exciting races over the 100 meter. Really satisfied with how those races went, so hopefully we get more of that quality coming up over the 400 meters, which is the next event.
Joshua Revier, de Nederlandse junior, die dat in de Tokio Spelen Portugal. En de geweldige bij de organisatie. De geweldige.
And meanwhile, in the long jump, we are in the fourth round there, and Kilincia Leerdam from the Netherlands, she jumped a PB of 6:23 in her fourth round. And rest of the ranking, in first place Marte Koala with 6:75. As said before, with her PB of 6:95. That's not a surprise. In second position, Pauline Hondema, 6:70. Very good opening round, and now struggling to find the right position on the board. Then in third position, Angelica Berriot with 6:36. In fourth, Annie Dagelmeier from Germany with a 6:23. Rogilia Bisemo in sixth because Kelinisa Leerdam, she came into fifth position with 6:23. 6:56 for Hondema. And then from Belgium, Maite Berenaert in that top 8 with a 6:06. Soon we will get the 400 meter main program from the ladies as they are preparing themselves and their blocks. So almost back to some racing. And then the 400 meters within this first heat out of 3 from New Zealand, Alexia Loiseau in lane 2. In 3, Isabel Neal, also from New Zealand. Loiseau is from Australia, excuse me, Isabel Neal from New Zealand. Now Rachel McCann from Ireland in 4. From South Africa, Rogel Joseph in 5. For France, Greenon Firma in 6. And in 7 for France, Lea Thierry Demarque. Thierry Demarque, she won European gold at the under 23 championships with the 4x4 squat. Next to her in lane 6 for France, Guinan Firmin. She has a PB of 51.68, and back in the days she went to the World Champs in 2013 and 2015 over 200 meters and with the 4x1. So looking to find those fast legs again. Joseph, she was an Olympian over the 400 meter hurdle. She even became 10th. So this is just a side job for her. With McCain from Ireland, 6th at the European Indoor Championships with the 4x4, and she also ran individually. And then from overseas, Neil from New Zealand, 2nd at her national championships. And now the 400 meter first heat. Raizu in Australia, 5th at her nationals. So again, a very strong field. No Isabel Neal. As if I saw it correctly, lane 3 was open. And it is. So no Isabel Neal. But it's Guinan Firmin. She's running strong together with McCann. And now from the inside lane, Alexia Loiseau tries to make her move. And that's working great. She's coming off that bend. Just behind McCain. And now let's see what Joseph has in her legs. But it's going to be very tight between McCain, Joseph, and Firmin. But it is McCain. She holds them off, and she wins in a time of 53.61 for this first heat, 400 meters. 53.58. Nothing crazy here. No season's best. But a decent opening round. A season's best though for Alexia Loiseau. Then in second heat in lane 2 for Germany, Ann-Kathrin Hoven. Leni Shida from Uganda in lane 3, Ali beer. No, I'm going too fast. That's heat 3. First heat 2 with in lane 2 Natasha Harrison. In lane 3 Annelies Kalma from New Zealand. Then from Lithuania Mora Skaite. In 5 Madeleine van Leur from the Netherlands. Then for Germany in 6 Judith Fransen. And in 7 Carla Bull from Australia. Bull from Australia, she was part of the mixed relay who won a medal at the World Relay Championships back in China a couple of weeks ago. And she runs a 23.00 on the 200 meters, which made her becoming third at the nationals. And Judith Fransen, she ran with the 4x4 squad at the World Champs back in 22. Madeleine van Leur, national under 20 record indoors. She won bronze at the European under 18 championships in 24, and in 23 she already won silver with the 4x4 squad, where she ran under 20 as she was not even at that age. So very promising Dutch athlete. From Lithuania we have an 8-time national champion, the national record holder, and she was a contender at the Olympics with a PB of 50.49. We know that she's able to do something great. In lane 3 from New Zealand, Annelies Kalma. Kalma, she has the short track indoor 200 meter national record, and she's competitive in the NCAA circuit. And then in the inside lane, in lane 2 for Great Britain, Harrison. Gold at the under 20 championships over the 400 meters. With the 4x4, apologies, back in 2019. So again, all these athletes already decorated, some of because of a long career, some of them very earlier in their career, and now racing against each other over 400 meters at this World Tour Bronze meet. And now we see Carla Bull in the outside lane. She's taking some lead. Madeleine van Leur tries to close that gap, and then it's Mora Skaite from Lithuania who's doing the same with her. And then a big applause over the long jump competition. And I guess that means Pauline Hondema jumped towards qualification for world standards. But first, this 400 meter that will be won by, and then it's going to be very close on the line. It's going to be Carla Bull from Lithuania, Mora Skaite. 52.31. 52.31, and I'm gonna check quickly. Oh, Pauline Hondema, she jumps 6.91, a new national record, and that means a direct qualification for the World Championships in Tokyo in September. So a very big performance for her here today, and what a strong competition is going on there with in third position at this moment. Angelica Berrio with 6.52, and we still have one round to go there. But we also have the fastest heat 400 meters that is waiting and almost ready to go. So a win for Carla Bull in a new PB of 52.29 in the second heat. But now in the last and fastest heat for Germany, Anna-Kathrin Hoven in lane 2, Leni Shida in lane 3. Shida, fastest on paper. She has the national record in Nairobi and the national record with the relay team, which they ran at the at the World Champs for relays in China. She has a world rank 55 and already went to the Olympics in Tokyo 21 Next to her, Ellie Beer in lane 4. She has world rank 33 and she is 11th all time in Australia. But she was part of that mixed relay who won a medal at the World Champs for relays in China, and she ran individually and 4x4 at the Olympic Games in Paris. Then from the Netherlands, Evelien Saalberg. Saalberg, who tried to take on the 800 meters in the past couple of weeks, and then with coming back to the 400 meters, ran 51.76, which puts her in the 4th position all time in the Dutch rankings. Next to her, Mirte van der Schoot. Van der Schoot, a very promising young athlete. She qualified the team at the Olympics with the 4x4 for the finals. She ran to an individual European under-20 bronze in 2023, and she will be at the Europeans in Bergen next week with a top 5 entry time. So for her, important day today to see where the legs are. Then in lane 7 from Dominican Republic, Estrella de Aza. She's 4x1 Universiad contender back in 2017. Also takes on the 200 meters. And then in the outside lane again from Australia, Rebecca Bennett. Bennett also ran a PB in Poznan, 52.6. And in 19, she was part of that 4x4 squad for Australia. Saalberg, 51.79 in Poznan last week, where also Bennett did a very good competition. And then no crazy things happening yet. Beer is going strong. Saalberg and Van der Schoot need to answer on Beer now. And we see how they come off the band, but it is Ellie Beer with Saalberg and Mirte van der Schoot. Mirte van der Schoot looking very strong, but also from Uganda, Leni Shida. Leni Shida or Mirte van der Schoot? It's going to be Mirte van der Schoot, the youngster. The very promising youngster who needs to do it next week at Europeans. Wins with 52.06. Waiting for correction. .52.03, and yes, she is in very good shape. She is ready to go kick ass at Europeans, and that she proved again with today 52.03. Already standing top 2 all time at the under 20 list in the Netherlands, and now clocking a PB. Leni Shida. She came second with 52.12, and then Ellie Beer in 3rd position, 52.25, and that's just enough to keep Carla Bull from 3rd place because she ran 52.29 in the previous heat. But so your top 3 over 400 meter women's racing: De Jong, Mirte van der Schoot, 52.03, Leni Shida from Uganda, and Ellie Beer from Australia in 3rd position. Now we see that the guys for the next heat are already taking place as we just continue with the men international heat. Again, 3 heats within heat 1. Semo Mengal in lane 4. Then for Cyprus, Paisiodus Demetriadis in 6 for Ireland, Karen Catty, Niklas Klei for Germany in 7, and for Dominican Republic, Joander Santos in 8. Simon Mengal doing very well this season. And now a very nice international race waiting for him with Joan dos Santos, who already ran that 200 meter earlier in the pre-program, where he came to fourth position. Mengal sixth at the Nationals last year. And from Ireland, Carty, he was part of the 4x4 under 20 and under 23 champs in 19 and 23. And then we're looking for at least a sub 47. But I'm sure the boys love to see a deep dive under that 47. And as we see in the previous heats, the conditions look good today to go out and try and find a new season's best or a new personal best. Very strong running from the German Niklas Kley. Mengal also moving well. And then it's Niklas Kley from lane 7 who is pushing on pressure back. Kieran Carty from Ireland. He's now taking over and he is storming to that win in a decent 46:39. And that's a very good effort from Kieran Carty. I think that means a new PB for him. Yes, it does. 46:35 PB for Ireland. Carty, season's best for Kley. Santos, a very decent effort after already at 200 meters. And then the final results, as you can see. In this next heat in lane 3, Jonas de Smet. He already ran a PB over 200 meters earlier in the pre-program. And like for Simon Mengal, a good opportunity in this international field to find something more than 46:46. And next to him, Alexis Laloyer from France, Eugène Omala. And Eugène Omala, that's an interesting one because he won Olympic gold with the 4x4 mixed team. He's a European indoor champion with the 4x4 and he holds the national indoor record for the Netherlands. Outdoors he's fourth all time, but so indoors already run 45:18. Lewis Davey from the UK in lane 6. Davey, part of the GB 4x4. He won bronze at the Olympics with that team. Isaiah Klein inking in lane 7. Same for him as for Omala. Olympic champion with that 4x4 mixed team, world ranked 37. Bronze at the European Championships relay in Rome. And then in the outside lane, Ramsey Angela, the 400 meter hurdle specialist, with a very good PB of a 49 low over the hurdles. But now trying to find his best rhythm back over just sprinting. And he was an Olympic silver medalist back in 2021 already with the 4x4 squad. So a race filled with Dutch Olympic medals here. And they're all three running in pink. Yeah, we see Lewis, and then this is the chance for Jonas de Smet from the inside lane to take advantage of that fast heat and let him pace by those fast guys. How strong is he in the last meters? But Mala is looking strong, and so is Lewis Davey, and Jonas de Smet coming out strong as well, and he wins. Omala wins in 45.74. And that's going to be an improvement on his season's best. Davy 46.00. And then Laroyer coming in third, 46.61. And then a very solid effort for Jonas de Smet. Freshly married and now running 46.82 after its PB over 200 meters, so that's a solid day. Third heat, we will most likely see fastest times coming from there. In the third heat we have for the home club Younes Chatoui from Moroccan background. He's a one-time national champion. Next to him, Dylan Borlée. Borlée with a PB of 45.09. Has a season's best of 45.48. But we all know Borlée, part of that Borlée squad that won so many medals, European and world level. And next to him, Flora Mawil, he was part of that 4x4 squad who ran at the Olympics and came fourth. And from Algeria, Abdenour Benjema. He's a national champion and was in the top 8 All-African Games. And then next to them, two guys from the USA, Solomon Strader and even Mafilas. With Schrader second place in the NCAA circuit. So he knows how to deal with pressure. And then Borlée is going well, also is Chatoui. And who's coming off that bend in first place? And then it's a very, very close battle. But Dylan Borlée is looking strong. Borlée is looking good. But Borlée win it's the home runner. It's Younes Chatoui just before Dylan Borlée. Chatoui wins. And then we need to keep track in a PB of 40, excuse me. And a PB for Benjema from Algeria. So the fastest time, no, not the fastest time. Yeah, and our top 3 will come from that last heat. Just double checking with Eugene Omala, but his 45.72, just short on that 45.60 of Dylan Borlée. So our top 3 is Younes Chatoui with 45.40, second place Abdenour in a PB as well, Benjema from Algeria with 45.59, and a third place for Dylan Borlée with 45.60. And that was it for the 400 meter events. Now I will quickly give you a summary of the top 5 in the long jump. So with a national record, Pauline Hondema, she wins the competition 6.91. Then Marta Koala came in second with a season's best of 6.75. And in third place, Angelica Berrio with 6.52. In fourth place, Annie Dagelmar from Germany. And also with 6 meter 23 from the Netherlands, Kalintia Leerdam in 5th place. And then we're moving fast because it's already time to go over to the 800 meters. So I'm quickly gonna change into the 800 meter program. Two heats, and it will go fast. In this first heat from Algeria, Abdenakar Dou, Junior Fallen from Belgium, Adrien Toual, Mathieu Rouvière, Romain Séverin, Hugo Houillet from France, Mathis Tange from Belgium, Sami Ashab from France, Thibaut van der Lanote from Belgium, then from Sweden, Benjamin Aberg, Aral van der Putten for Belgium, and for France, Pierre-Louis Cadet. They will be paced by Sven van den Berg. Fallon semi-finalist, or Fallon en français, semi-finalist at European Championships for under 18 athletes. He's a national champion under 18 in Luxembourg. Thibaut van der Lanote, 6th at the Outdoor Nationals, and he was part of the mixed relay team at the European Cross Country Championships. Aral van der Putten was our national champion back in 2015. Kader from France, 2nd at the National Indoor Championships under 23. Tange, Mathis Tange, 3rd at our National Indoor Championships in Belgium. Aberg, same, he was in Sweden, 3rd at the National Indoor Championships. So it's gonna be a very competitive field. And they are looking for a time of 1:48.00. Waiting for that 800 meter to get started. So 2 heats coming up. With an even stronger international field in the 2nd heat. But now this 800 meter first. Jury just said that they have to put their feet behind the line. So that's why we will go again. Meter on its way. And then we'll try to make sense of now in first position behind Pacemaker. And then it looks like Pacemaker is doing a good job because it's not a pack anymore. Crossing in 51.5. Looking very strong. Still Tange in front. I think. And then with Sami Ashap and Hugo Houillet. Ashap and Houillet, two Frenchmen. Ashap and Houillet still in the lead. Ashap, Houillet. And now a sprint to conclude this first heat, 800 meters in the main program. And we see a winning time of 1:48.15. And then having to wait for the confirmation of our top three. And pacemaking did good job, as that is almost exactly the time asked. Ashap wins 1:48.13. Tanger came in second with that strong sprint at the end. And Van der Putten good for a season's best with 1:48.38. So good job from the Belgians in this international field. But now this second heat will take place very soon. Already going to take a head start on that second heat with for the Netherlands Bram Buigel and Kevin Wiese. Then for France Yanis van Landuit. For Australia Jack Lun. For France Wanis Ajaout. For Japan Yukishi Ishii. And for Qatar Hatim Ait Ugazi. From India we have Puli Kalalakat in 5, Thibaut De Smet in 6, Kabelo Moloshi in 6. Next to him, also from South Africa, Christopher Swart. And from Uganda, Ezekiel Chemos and Aaron Botterman will do the pacemaking. And you see a PB for De Jong, Fallon, and the season's best for Lanote. So a very solid racing from the Belgians in the first heat. But now in the second heat with Thibaut De Smet, 5th of the all-time ranking in Belgium. Very promising athlete, but then openly on his social media communicating about how he's been struggling sometimes with living up to the expectations and training hard but not seeing the results, and trying to find his best legs back because of training. Everything is running very fine. Now just needs that translation into competition. Further on in this heat from France, Van Landuit, 7th at the under 20 list. He ran a national record under 18 in Kortrijk 2 years ago. So let's see what he can do again. Also from Uganda, under 23 athlete Chemos. He was the national champion last year and 10th at the all-time list. And then for Japan, another all-time 9th all-time ranker, Ishii. And from India, Puli Kalalakat, a very difficult last name, but the national record holder for India. He ran his previous PB at the IFAM in Oerdegem in 2023. So this guy is running fast on Belgium soil. And very curious how we will move into the second heat here. It's going fast. Botterman doing the pacing for Thibaut De Smet. Thibaut De Smet looking good in front of Hatim Ait Ougwazi from Qatar. And then it's Ezekiel Chemos from Uganda coming in the Nike jersey. Just missed out on the man in 3rd position in the Adidas jersey. But it's gonna come down to a sprint onto the end. Thibaut De Smet still looking good, but high team Ait Ugazi, the Qataris, is the strongest of the day, and he wins before Chemos, and then I think this match just lost his second position, his third position to, I don't know to who, but to someone. But again, a very high quality field here over 800 meters. And very good racing. A PB for the young Ait Ugazi from Qatar. And a PB from Van Ladeut for France. This met 1:46.88. That's not too bad, but was probably hoping for a little bit more. And then no time to rest as the women's will follow and go for their 800 meters with, again, 2 heats. In the first heat for the Netherlands, Laila Lahiaoui. Margot Bertrand for France. For Germany, Vera Coutelier. Nina Ferrero for France. And again for Germany, Lara Tortel and Verena Meisel. Dagmar Schmidt for Netherlands. Lieselot Smolders for Belgium. Alina Aman for Germany. And Augustin for Germany as well. And the pacemaker is Hilary Udeshoku. Alina Aman ran PB at Nationals in 2023. So good German in this heat. From the Netherlands also Laila Lahioui. Third on the ranking from Dutch juniors who ran the standard for the under 20 championships. So she maybe needs to find something more here today to be able to qualify herself. She needs a 2:05.88 or faster, because that's the third qualifying time, or 2:05.94. Ferrero from France, and then Tortel. Verena Meisel, third at the National Outdoor Championships in the 1500 meters. And Lieselot Smolders, our Flemish champion. And then Dagmar Schmidt, also very well over the 1500 meters. She was second at the Dutch Indoor Championships. And then they're still running in a tight formation, but now we see first acceleration. So pacemaker can go a little bit faster because ladies don't seem to find their spot, but now the acceleration will get done. And then it's Augustin with Smolders, and expecting a big sprint. Surprising winner, as it's all still very close together. And now they will go open and turn on the turbo. Smolder still hanging in there and fighting to keep that third position. But it's going to be Augustin from Germany who takes the win in a 2:04.93. And then it can be interesting for Laila Yahoui to see what time she has, because that can be important for her under 20 qualification. Meisel wins in a time of 2:04.91. It's a German who came off the strongest at the end.
Tweede internationaal kampioenschap in Noorwegen vorig jaar.
first. So waiting for that, but already going to start with the lineup for the second heat. With in lane 1 for France, Flavie Dambry. For Norway, Lee Force. From Luxembourg, Fanny Arendt. And from the USA, Emily Richards. I got Della Houtre for France. Nel van Opstal en Mariska Paardenwijk voor Belgium en Brigitte Sloot voor the Netherlands. Mariska Paardenwijk, the national record holder in the master category, but she's just not running so fast. It doesn't seem to bother her that she already gave birth to her children, because she managed to get herself in that top 10 all-time ranking in Belgium with a 2:01.54. She was also part of the European Cross Championships in the mixed team. And next to her, Nel van Opstal. Nel van Opstal, she qualified herself for the under-23 championship, so we will see her competing here next week. So this is just a last test for her. And for the Netherlands, Brigitte Sloot, 10th all-time, twice outdoor national champion. I got Della Houtre, 6th at the National Indoor Championships. Fanny Arendt from Luxembourg, 2nd at that all-time list. 2:00.13 is the national record in Luxembourg. And then from the USA, it is Richards with the fastest time on paper. She won this competition last year, so she liked it that much that she's now back to trying to do that again with Elise Lasser, who is being the pacemaker. And she leaves it to the ladies now. And then it's going fast. It's Emily Richards in competition with Fanny Arendt. Richards seems to having a hard day. Also Nel van Opstal and Mariska Paardenwijk now coming to the front. But Richards looking strong. It's giving a little bit of doubt because her form is not it's not the nicest, but she's holding them off. She's very strong at the end. And then she only got one contender left, but she's able and she managed to win this 800 meters again in a 2:01.35. A very solid 800 meters for the USA. Richards. De la Houtre, the French, came in second in 2:01.59. And then Van Opstal 2:03.02. So she's ready to leave for European Championships. And we wish her, of course, all the best. And then next up will be me drinking some water. And we will start the high jump competition now. So we can leave the camera on there. I will get back to it soon. Men's long jump will start as well in 15 minutes. And then at 8:20, we will see the finals on the high hurdles of the women's first and then the men's final. Moving on to the 200 meters again after. But so now high jump will start, long jump will start in 10 minutes, and the hurdles will start in 15 minutes.
De volgende atleten worden naar het podium gevraagd voor de 100 meter en de 400 meter. We kindly request Tony Lewis, Olivia Alonso, and Camille Rutherford to come to the podium of the 100 meter women. Tony Lewis, Lilani Alonso, and Camille Rutherford. For the podium of the 100 meter men. We kindly request Yansola Ayachi, Marvin Schulte, and Ibrahim Husseini for the podium of the 400 meter men and women. Pieter van der Schoot, Leni Shida, and Ellie Bier. And for the victory ceremony of the 400 meter men. En après nous, Benjamin et tout le monde sont présentés sur le podium afin de pouvoir faire le défi du 400 mètres.
mijn armspier zit er ook hoor. Allee, ja, mijn gebrek aan armspier.
Er zijn niet die blokjes die wel aangevallen.
Je moet meten, hè. Maar ik weet niet of ik nog andere KK's ga vinden voordat er op taal dat we beurtings kunnen. Zo handig. Ja, eigenlijk iets makkelijker. Andere werk. Als die kan worden dan. Waarschijnlijk is dat nu aan het doen ben. Dit is toch even proper. Maal 6.
Oh, 6.
Ja, 6 sprong nee.
Doe je 6 keer?
Ja.
Ja, je bedoelt dat het 3 keer.
Ja, en dan is het na 3 keer nog een keer de eerste 8 denk ik. Maar als je met 10 bent, ja, zo ongeveer maal 6. Bij de vrouw denk ik dat ze met 5 en dan nog de eerste 8 nog. Ik denk dat aan die derde sprong zit, denk ik van jou een droom.
Podium van de 400 meter heren. Podium de fietsenmeter af. De prijs wordt uitgereikt door de parcours van Moore, hoofdsponsor van deze meeting. Troisième, derde en 45, 60, 45 60. De kwalificatiekanaal Dylan Borling. Deuxième, avec un record personnel de 45-59 pour l'Algérie, Abdelour Benzema. Le premier, avec un record personnel de 45-40, aangestoken bij Kortrijk Sport met 45 steken de persoonlijk record voor Marokko, Younes Chadoui. Minuten van de stoot uit Nederland, Lady Shida Uganda en Ellen Beer, Australia, are coming west of the front to the podium for the victory ceremony of the 400 meter women. Dus Minuten van de stoot graag naar het podium voordat de huldiging in verband met de 400 meter bij de dames hier. Finale van de 100 meter hoogte bij de dames en B-finale. We beginnen met de B-finale met Marina Lamata uit Spanje in baan 2, Linda Pixel Zwitserland in 3, Amber van Bosnia en Kapitien in baan 4, Loret Klaus van Zwitserland in baan 5, Steffi de Saar van Afstand in 6, Catalina Rosas, Chili in 7 en Abigail Aceh, Duitsland in baan 8.
betrifft tijd daar. 100-meter hurdles with our finals that will take place now. So in the first heat for Spain, Marina Lamata and Linda Bischel. For Switzerland in lane 3, then Amber van den Bos in 4, in competition with Loris Bouwens in 5 and Steffi de Sager in 6. For Chile in 7, Catalina Rosas and Abigail Ajay. For Germany in the outside lane. Not the best race of Steffi de Sager, so she will be looking to improve herself as a last opportunity to test the legs before she takes off for under 23 championships, who will take place in Bergen in Norway next week, starting to Amber van den Bos. She was running a PB last week at another international meet in Belgium, and thinking that there is a lane open. So no Loris Bouwens in this heat. So the competition between Van den Bos and de Sager, with the middle lane Furry. Good start for Van den Bos, but now de Sager coming into her rhythm, and that looks better than the heat went, and that's more what it should look like for Steffi de Sager, but also Amber van den Bos coming off very strongly with a 13:30, and that's gonna be very close to Van den Bos's PB. 30:28 for de Sager. That's not too far out of her PB of 13:17, so that's a very solid effort. And for Van den Bos, it's 13:34. So both solid performances and a season's best for Rosas from Chile, with the wind being perfect, plus 1.9. But now in this second heat, we're looking for more, for faster, and we're looking for a winner today. With in lane 1, Angel Aguazi, who made it into that A final, and she will be very pleased with that. Now she needs to manage and stay tall and stand tall next to those fast ladies next to her, because next to her from Great Britain, Emma Wolfor. Then from Japan, Shisato Kiyoyama, one of the 4 that went sub 13. Michelle Jenneke, the most decorated athlete in this field. She went to her first Olympics in 2016, so she knows how it's done. In lane 5 for the USA, Anneliese Turian, also a sub 13 in the qualifying heats. Then our national record holder, or Thai national record holder, Yanla Jip Niemek. She ran a 13:00, but run that tied to a national record in the NCAA, where she ran in the final and ran 12:71. And then from India in 7, Mumita Mondal. Mondal was a heptathlete before, was a very good long jumper, but now focusing on the hurdles. And then it's Mira Groot from the Netherlands. In lane 8, she was at the National Indoor Championships, but of course with Nadine Visser as the leading lady on the hurdles. That's a good performance for her as well. Kiyoyama for the Asian Indoor Championships in 2023. 6th at her all-time lists. And Michelle Janneke, second fastest Australian over the hurdles, of course, after Sally Pearson, their Olympic champion back in the days. So very exciting to see if Janneke can improve on that 12.83 and can get her again to her all-time PB of 12.65. Janneke famous for her little dance that she's doing right now after her block just before going into it. Always happy, always smiling, and hopefully she makes us smile here tonight as well. Strong contender next to her from the USA. She was at the under 20 world champs, so very young, but already fast. And then a very good opportunity again for Njanla Njip Niemek for Belgium to do something beautiful here at home soil. And then Janneke looks being very strong, but also Njanla Niemek. Janneke in the lead. And Janneke is the most clean onto the line, and she wins 12.92. So it's gonna be a little bit slower than it was in the heats. But she was dominant today. She was the fastest. Season's best 12.89. Because maybe that qualifying time wasn't legal with the wind. Torian in second, 13.01. Shisato Kiyoyama, 13.02, so very close there for place 2 and 3. And then Njanla Njip Niemek, 13.06, just misses out on the podium. And then also a mention to Angel Aguazi, because this was a very good race for her. Only 500 shy of her PB in this international field in that outside lane. So running very strong and doing a very good competition here today in Kortrijk. But our winner of the day, Michelle Janneke, before Anneliese Torian from USA, before Japan, Chisato Kiyoyama, and Steffi Desire with a 13.28, who gets herself ready to go to that European Under 23 Championships next week in Bergen. In a couple of minutes, we also will get the men running their hurdles, but in the meantime can give you an update on the high jump competition. So in the high jump competition, already lost some of the athletes. Michelle Singh from Singapore, she couldn't manage the opening height of 166. Svea van Laren had a hard time going over 171. And then we also lost Louisa Deke from Germany and Marie de Trooijer. But now in competition, Jorun Linieel. She had a good competition last week in Huizing, always being clearing her heights in third attempt, and it looks like she's doing that game again today, or I hope so. Then Glenka Antonia for the Netherlands in competition. She got over 176 in her second attempt, and then for the USA, Sana Barnes with a PB of 187. Easy clearance over 176. Same team for Christy Sneeman and Charity Hufnagel, not even in competition yet. And then no luck today for Jorun Linieel. as she's out of the competition. Next height will be 181, and then it will get more exciting with 4 more contenders in the competition. And the long jump competition is taking place as well. Men's long jump competition. Within this field, Winjaris Winster from the Netherlands, Guillaume Fleuter from France, Mathieu Dorbolo for Belgium and Renzo van de Vijveren for Belgium. Dan Noradine Gwen for Italy, Shai Veitch from New Zealand, and Luca Harden from Germany. Harden at this moment in the lead. And the only one that already went over 8 meters. He was 8 at the European Outdoor Championships in Rome. And he was second at his national indoor championships. Or he was already twice national indoor champion, national German indoor champion, and twice national outdoor German champion. Then from New Zealand, Shea Veitch, second on this all-time list with 7.99. The national record there is 8.05, and he's standing for a very long time already. So we see that Shai Veitch just jumped his PB equal 7.99. So can we see something special from him today? After Pauline Hondema jumped a national record for the females in the long jump competition, maybe Shai Veitch from New Zealand can do the same. But his competition will be Luca Herden, also looking for a mark over 8 meters. But so for Veitch, 8.05 is what we're looking for. From Italy, 2 falls for Gwenin, so it's gonna be important in his third jump. Renzo van de Vijveren, he's the national champion under 23 indoors and outdoors in Belgium. Mathieu Dorbolo, our national under 20 champion. And then we're getting ready for our hurdle competition, our men who will run their final. With one final heat in lane 1 for Chile, Maria, then Michi Moulin in lane 2. Eli Bakari, who was taking it very easy in the heats, now in the final in lane 3. Then we saw a PB for Amin Bouani in the heats, running in lane 4. Timo Koster as well, very strong in the heats, one of the better Dutch hurlers. Then next to him, Job Geerts, who he always meets at nationals. So not a strange competitor to have next to you. In 7, Mitchell Lightfoot from Australia. And in lane 8 from Cyprus, Xia Kouris. So entertainment in the high hurdles international field. Koster semi-finals at the Europeans in Rome. And then from Algeria, our national record holder, so his season's best from the heats. Can he do more now? Bakari already run 13:34, which places him third on the all-time list in Belgium. And then from Chile, their national record holder, looking for something faster than 14 seconds. But all eyes on Bakari because he has a mission. He has a mission next week at European Under 23. And now he looks strong at the end. And he will take the win. Or no, it's not going to be Bakari. It's going to be Job Geerts. Or it's going to be close at the line. Geerts, he runs a PB. And then I think we're missing something with Bakari, or I saw it completely wrong. But if this is the case, then he has some work to do with one more week until the championships. But anyway, a very strong run from Job Geerts. 13:40. 13:44 now. Bakari coming in there in second place. Geerts improving himself with a 10th, 7th on the all-time lists, and probably he will improve himself with that time. And then we see Koster also being very strong, season's best there, so very good running from the Dutch. And then just Bakari, who could squeeze in between those two. And a PB for the Brit, Richie Mullen, 13:75. So no dominance from Bakari, but maybe he is saving the best and the best of himself for next week at European Championships. And then I'm looking into time schedule. High jump and long jump will be going on while we wait for the 200 meters. 200 meters in the international field with 3 heats of the women, 3 heats of the men. But that's in 10 minutes, so a little bit more time to focus on the long jump and the high jump. So in the long jump competition, and then we see there that the Shea Veitch jumped 8:04, and that's 1 centimeter short of his national record. So the New Zealand national record is 8:05, and that's only his 3rd jump. So this looks really promising. Maybe we get another national record in the long jump competition. Same time, Luca Erden improved himself to 7:79 in his 3rd round, and then we see for the Italian a good jump of 7:30 and a PB in his 3rd round, so he can be competitive because it was looking scary after 2 falls in round 1 and 2. Further on in 4th position, Renzo van de Vijveren, and then Mathieu Dorbolo, who's not going to go further in the competition, probably managing injury risk. Vinjaris Winster in last position at this moment with a season's best of 6:38, and Guillaume Fleuter 7 meters 10 in 5th position. But so very exciting to see what Shea Veitch can produce in his next 3 rounds. And Luca Herden, if he can be competitive, of course. In the high jump, we have Glenka Antonia, who jumped 183 in her first clearance, which is a season's best. And then we see from South Africa, Christy Sneeman. She couldn't go over 181. So surprised that we already lost her at 176 in 4th position. So now for the podia, it's Glenka Antonia, Sarah Barnes, and Charity Hugnavel with 183. that needs to get crossed at this moment.
Podium die Kiesland afnemen. De ceremonie is op het podium van de afgelopen periode. De As 46 80 8 rapproche du limite pour participation au championnat du monde des juniors, au championnat d'Europe des juniors. Pour la France, Yanis Van Aert. Rappelons qu'il y a 2 ans, il a amélioré le record de France des cadets ici. Second, from Uganda in 1:46:49, Ezekiel Chimos. And the winner from Qatar in 1:46:04 is also number 20, Habib Ait Boudlazi. Is dus op 1 centimeter van het nationaal record gestrand. Een nationaal record dat 57 jaar oud is. Op 1 staat het centimeter 71 goed aan en op 1 centimeter naar het beneden. Van ons record nog niet gevraagd. Dan nog minstens goed aan het Rechtstreeks van de Europese Federatie en het hoofdprogramma 4 weekse met een van 4 dagen van de Atletiek van ook sterk hier in Kortrijk. In 5 voor Duitsland, Louise Wieland. De Vima op de in Duitsland. Laura de Trutjespoor in Frankrijk. Heel dicht al bij de gebied voor de Europese Juniorenkampioenschappen gezeten. Aan de Frans van Polen, die start in baan 7. En Jan de Naaier van de Atletiek Continental.
it's already time to move on to the 200 meters in the international field with the first heat in their blocks. In for Rani Winke, Louise Wieland from Germany in 5, Petrucci Konings in 6, Hanne Klaus in 7, and Jani de Nayer in 8. So a full Belgian field with Louise Wieland from Germany. And then it's going to be interesting to see how de Nayer and Winke gonna battle this out, because they're fighting for spots in the 4x1, but it looks like the Nayer is now very strong at the end, and then it's gonna be the German. It's gonna be Wieland in front of Jani de Nayer, in front of Rani Winke. So good start for Winke. Season's best for Wieland in 23:49. Season's best for de Nayer, not too far out of her PB of 23:58, and Winke also a PB of 23:83. Petrucci Konings not what she was looking for. But that was it for the first heat. Wieland, part of the 4x1 squad at the World Champs in 23. Second heat then. Alexia Loiseau. We have seen that name before. She ran 54:47 over 400 meters. And now taking on that 200 meters as well. Estrella de Aza from Dominican Republic next to her. She also ran that 400 meters. 57:14 only. So let's see if she has better legs on the 200 meters. But with an entry time of 23:30, that should be the case. And maybe she was a bit running on reserve over the 400 meters. Then Marije van Hunestein ran a season's best on the 100 meters. So that means she's finding her good legs again. And with her 200 meter being her stronger event, let's see how she unfolds it today. With a PB of sub 23:22:86 is what she already ran. And as we said, she was at the Olympics in 21. And she ran 4x1 final in 21 and 24 and medaled at European Championships. Then Milket Ndoro from Kenya, the master in lane 7. With a Commonwealth Games 100 meter participation back in 2022. And Camille Rutherford, the number 3 of the 100 meters, now from the outside lane from the Bahamas, storming away, storming out of that, coming off that bend in first position. Van Hunestein has some work to do, and looks like Camilla Rutherford from the Bahamas could keep her off and goes just below that 23-second barrier. And that's a very solid time for Rutherford. That's a strong PB, 22:96. She had a PB of 22:42, so looks like she had a really good day here today. Season's best for Van Hunestein, 23:23, and the wind was illegal, so and that's working out great for those ladies. Only one more heat to come with almost exactly the same ladies as we saw in the 100 meters. Labai Tite from Lithuania. She ran at the European Championships last year. She's second all time. 22:99 is the national record in Lithuania, so we keep that in mind. Then from Dominican Republic, Alonso with a time of 22.98. Behind her name, she's third at the all-time list in Dominican Republic, and then Salwa Ait Neiser from Bahrain. Again, she is the Olympic silver medalist over 400 meters. She has a very fast PB over 400 meters. She ran an 11.5. Lately in the 100 has a PB of 22.45 over 200 meters. And we can maybe see her come close to that mark. Next to her, Tori Lewis, who won the 100 meters. She was only 300 shy of her national record. She holds over 100 meters. Her PB over 2 is 22.65. Her world rank is 38. She ran the semi-final at the Olympic Games over 200 meters. 9th all time in Australia over 200 meters. So let's see if she can find something more. Then next to them, from Mexico, Tamayo Garza. Tamayo Garza, 9-time national champion at the Olympics over 1 and 2. And then Carla Bull, who ran a PB in the second heat over the 100 meters. But now in this 200 meter final with the fastest ladies, and then a very strong start from Tori Lewis. And also Alonso already on the shoulder of Nicer. Nicer has some work to do, but we know her as a 400 meter runner, so she will be strong coming in that straight leg. And now Nicer is putting on a show. Nicer is very strong, overtaking Lewis and Alonso, and wins in 22.83 unofficial. And then we see the further it goes, the better she gets. 22.82. 22.82. Very strong run from Nasser. Not even a season's best, but every time below 23 seconds is very decent. And with that time, she overtakes the Flanders Cup record from Lieke Kluiver, who ran 22.83. Now we switch to the long jump because it's getting really excited there. Shea Veit, can he jump a new national record for New Zealand? 8.04 in his third attempt. And then very solid 7.99 and 7.98. 89. Apologies. He needs 8.05. 8.05 is a tie to his national record. We already saw the national record of Pauline Hondoa. And now... and we see a fall. This was not Veit. This was Winjaris Winster, who is in 6th position with a jump of 6.63. Last round in the long jump. Meanwhile, in the high jump, 186 with Glenka Antonia has to take a third attempt. Same case for Sana Barnes and Charity Hugnafel, who is making an effort over 186. Guillaume Fleuter. And that's a fall, so no improvement of his 7.19. Now we're waiting for the 200 meters. Now we get in the main program now, our international heats. We'll shortly come back over that long jump competition. But now we have some more racing to do first. So in lane 4 from New Zealand, Lex Revel Lewis And from India, Manikanta Hodlidhar, Adria de Vriend in lane 6, Even Malfilas in 7, and Tommy Tupuni from New Zealand in 8. Tupuni 2075 already. Adria de Vriend fast over 400 meters, but also fast over 200 meters. Among the sprinters, but it looks like it's from New Zealand, Lex River Lewis with a sub 21. National record over the 400 meters. And now a very solid 200 meters effort, 20:96 for New Zealand number 1, and then Tupuni number 2, 21:13. Last round long jump. Top 3. And a PB for Noradin Guini from Italy, improving himself with 20 centimeters, coming from 7:29, and now leaving the competition with 7:49. 2 more jumps to come in between those 200-meter heats. Looking for Luca Herden, his last attempt. .779 is his best. Is this more than 779? .782. Very good competition from Herden. Of course, looked to a mark closer to 8 meters, but can be too unhappy about this series. And then we have to switch on to 200 meters again. We'll give the insight on the last jump of the New Zealand long jumper after this heat is concluded. Within lane 4, Christian Eiken. Then from Lithuania, Truskauskas in lane 5. From Cameroon, Itung Bogoni in 6. In 7, Tamir Burnett from the Netherlands, and from Argentina, Chiampiti. Chiampiti 2071, world rank 81. Well, we quickly gonna take a look at his last jump, last attempt on a national record. That's a white flag, but not the big euphoric scream, so I assume it's not gonna be enough. It's gonna be good again, but no 805. Or will it be? Okay. 798. Another very solid performance. And a show on the sideline. He makes the 200-meter men waiting. But we're gonna go over to them now. Chiampiti world rank number 81. Burnett was at the Olympics with the 4x1. Bogoni from Cameroon, semi-final at the African Games, silver at the 200 meters, has a PV of 20:28. Truskauskas from Lithuania, world rank 63, was at the Olympics on the 200 meters and ran a semi-final on the European Championships in 2024. He has the national record over 200 meters indoors and outdoors. And then in the inside lane, Christian Eichen from Great Britain, third at the national championships indoors over 200 meters. Yellow card. And then they're already standing for some time behind their blocks now. And hopefully now good to go. Second heat, 200 meters. Fastest time was 20:96 in the first heat. And now the second one is underway. It's from lane 6, Bogoni looking strong. Bogoni with Bernard Menawa also from Lithuania. Truskauskas storming to the lead. 20:53, unofficial. That's not bad. That's gonna be close to his season's best. 20:51, he improves his season's best. So just the season's best for the Lithuanian. And then we have to conclude the 200 meter with the fastest guys. In lane 4 for South Africa, Udimi Okon. He has the African under 20 record of the 60 meters with a 6:51. African champ, 4x1, 7th at the NCAA final. No, I'm saying things that are not true because this was the other Ocon. This was the man Ocon from Nigeria who ran the 100 meters. So no extra information about Udimi Ocon, but his entry time is 20:36. Then next to him, Ibrahim Fusini. He came fourth in the 100 meters, but now on the 200 meters, fastest man on paper with a time of 22. His wind added personal best is 20:09. But so Fusini 4x1 at the Olympics, the area was part of, and he is also competitive in the NCAA circuit. And from South Africa again, Bradley Koana with 20:21 behind his name. Olympic silver with the 4x1 team. Olympic silver medalist here over 200 meters. And national under 20 record holder over the 100 meters. Then also from South Africa in lane 7, Dario Mato. Mato, NCAA 4x1 champion. with Auburn University, and in the outside lane from Oman Al-Balushi. Al-Balushi, national record holder over 60 meters and 200 meters, and he was competitive at the Olympics. So this is a very strong looking heat. Fusini looking strong. Fusini, yes, Fusini takes it. 20:37, unofficial. (20:37) unofficial, and so after fourth place at the 100 meters, he now improves himself and wins the 200 meters. And then it's going to be a tie for second place between Truskowski's from the previous heat and Kuana and Ocon. So 3 men that ran 20:51, and only for Ocon that meant a season's best. But so 3 guys for the second spot here at the Tour Bronze Tour meet over 200 meters. And with that, we saw the end of sprinting for tonight, because the only thing left running wise is the 1500 meters. And about the high jump competition, only Glenka Antonia jumped to a season's best, and she is in second place together with Sana Barnes, but both of them couldn't go over 1:89. And then we have for the USA charity Hufnagel, and she already went over 1:89 and is now looking for a valid jump over 1:94. But 1:94 means a tie to her personal best. So if she could do this, that would mean a very good day for her. She was 5th at the World Champs indoors in 2024, and she was a national champion in America last year. So she can deal with some pressure, and hopefully we'll see that now. Now not a legit attempt yet. 1:94. Will she be able to tie her PB? So after the high jump, we have one more event, and that is 1500 meters. And in this 1500 meters, we have 2 heats in the main program, and it will be the main program that we give our attention to, because after that is conducted, we still show you 6 heats in the after program of the 1500 meters. But that will be without some live commenting. So in a couple of minutes, in 7 minutes to be correct, we get our 1500 meter heat 1 underway, 1 out of 2, while we still give Charity Huknagel a chance to tie her personal best and jump 1:94.
Actueel is in de
And then we're ready for our last event in the main program, 1500 meters, 2 heats. For France, a lot of athletes in this heat. Maxence Verpret, Paul Maréchal, Thibaut Larpin, Louis-Lie Fanuche, Florian Vautrin, Suleiman Yaloui, Victor Boudin, Gauthier Sakale. For Belgium, Jenne Mortier, Ismail Debjani. Debjani, fourth all-time, one-time national champion in 14 over 800 meters, one-time national champion in 20 over 1500 meters, and one-time national champion in 2022 over 5000 meters. But now back to his favorite event, 1500 meters. Further on, Robert Kampens and Florian Willock, and also from Switzerland, Adrian Konig-Ranenberg. And Bram Bergel, who's doing the pacemaking in this heat. Kampens from Ghent, fourth at nationals over 5000 meters. For France, for Swiss, it's not even for Swiss, it's for Peru, Adrian Konig-Ranenberg. Or maybe for both, he's the national champion outdoors from last year. Fanucci from France, fifth at the under 20 championships. He's a student in the USA. For Florian Willock, eighth at the outdoor championships last year. And we are looking for a time of 3:44. Pacemaker Bram Bergel. With behind him Paul Maréchal. Almost at the 800 meter mark. Clocking by around 2 minutes. Suleiman Yaloui also in the front with Florian Willock. And Maréchal. And now we will see some movements going into that final lap. Everybody trying to get the right positioning. It's still very crowded in that front pack. Some of the guys running some extra meters. Willock in front. And also Konig Annenberg. It's gonna come down to the sprint at the end, but Florian Willock looking strong. Also Gauthier Cascales, who tries to get himself into a proper position and sprint down the line. Louis Lynch Fanucci coming in second position, but it's gonna be Florian Willock who wins, if I'm not mistaken, of course, because it's always hard to see from the screen with the bibs who's in what position. Waiting for confirmation. And then it was Florian Willock with the season's best for him. The only one that could stay below 3:44. So mission complete for him. Good racing. Fanucci in second place and Maxence Verbraet with a PB. Also PB for Jelle Mortier. 3:46.38. So he will be very pleased with that. It has been a while since I saw him at the track. Season's best for Cascales as well. And then I assume some more season's bests will come out. Meanwhile, you can see the podia from the 100 meter. Or not anymore. And now we go over to the lineup for this last event in the main program. With some interesting names from Algeria. Zakari Bouchaltia. He is the national champ over 10K in 2024. And 2 times Arab champion over 5K. But not today, faster legs over the 1500 meters. Then for France, George Bernage and Barelon Vernet. So Clément Kugno, Joshua Abraham. From Kenya, we have Charles Simotwo. From Australia, Seth O'Donnell. From South Africa, Luan Munich. And also from Australia again, Alexander Stitt. From the Netherlands, Teun ter Haar. For Luxembourg, Charles Greten. From Morocco, Said Meyer. And then for France, Anis Benstiti. With our pacemaker, Kabelo Mohlosi from South Africa leading this pack. Munuk from South Africa, national champion over 1500 meters. And multiple African champion. Alexander Stitt from Australia and Seth O'Donnell from Australia. O'Donnell, the national champion over the 5K. Then from France, Joshua Abraham. Second at the under 23 nationals. And he is also in college in America in the NCAA. From Kenya, we have Charles Simotwo. Third at the African Championships in the 2019. Charles Gritten from Luxembourg, national record in 2021. He was a participant at the World Indoor Champs in 2024. So, looking for a time of 3:33 in this second and clearly faster heat. A little bit of a mix between guys who already ran very fast in the past. So expecting this race to be more clear who's gonna be the front runners and who's gonna try to benefit from all of it and go towards the PB. Charles Simotwo in the front, together with Luan Munich, so from Kenya, and South Africa behind our pacemaker. And also Seth O'Donnell from Australia, trying to find his way and make sure he's in those front stages. Now crossing at the 800 meter, not that much faster than the previous heat. So I think it's time to for them to speed up in case they still wanna make their fast chrono. But I think it's gonna be really hard with only 1:58:59 pass at the 200 meters. And now the real fight will start coming into the last lap. It's from Australia, Seth O'Donnell in the front. And then I'm not sure, but I think it's Alexander Stitt from Australia as well in second position. No, Luan Munich. Luan Munich in second position. And then Charles Greten from Luxembourg. From the inside in third position. And now we see some pressure coming from around. And then that 3:33 mark is gone. But there's still a battle. I think it's Alexander Stitt who will make it. And now we know our winner in 3:37:14. Waiting for confirmation of that time and waiting for confirmation of who is the winner of our main 1500 meter event. But it looks like someone is very happy around. But again, we need to wait for confirmation and check the times. Stitt wins 3:37:13. Abraham 3:37:56. O'Donnell 3:37:82. And then we see a PB for Algeria, Munich. And waiting for a young Frenchman who wants to know his time, because I guess that's gonna be very important for him. And there's some confusion about the times. It's not official yet. But we see some PBs for the young French. And I think it's a very euphoric Bernache who's screaming, and I guess he qualifies himself for a championships. An under 20 championship would be my guess. Or at least an improvement and a first sub 3:40. So with that, we have our conclusion and our winner over the 1500 meters, which is Stitt from Australia in front of Joshua Abraham, in front of his other Australian companion. So Stitt, Abraham, O'Donnell, and a PB and chocolate medal for Boujatia from Algeria. And then you will get 6 more 1500 meters that will be shown over the live stream. If you have someone you're following, I'm sure you can pick them out yourself. And also know that at Atletiek.nu you can find all the results. You can see who is in which heat. And it will be shown there if someone runs a PB or a season's best. So I hope you enjoyed this Bronze Tour meet. and I hope you enjoyed the last heats over 1500 meters. But from my side, I salute you, and we will see each other in the future.